And over will be made in the shade on Friday, June 5th when they take home a Miller Lite Phillies floppy hat as the Phils take on the White Sox at 6:40. Visit Phillies.com to order tickets today.
HBCU legacy runs deep. Now a new generation steps up at All-Star Week in Philly when Ken Griffey Jr. hosts the Swingman Classic, July 10th at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets at allstargame.com. MLB trademarks used with permission.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, Spruce, Spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
When you're shopping for a diamond, you've heard of the 4 C's: color, cut, clarity, and carat. But at Cozy Jewelers, there's a 5th C: cozy. Because when you deal direct with Paul Cozy, the designer and manufacturer, you're getting heirloom-level craftsmanship without middleman markups. Custom doesn't cost more. What costs more is poor quality that won't last. Step up to the 5th C: color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers and design something truly yours.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Gaida Door and Window. Gaida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Gaida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we have a liftoff on a Monday Memorial Day morning, May 25th, 2026. It is 6 a.m. It is Kayal and Company. Well, it's Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We got the great Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly running things back up at headquarters in the city of brotherly love, where I'll be. Look, hey, you know what? 5-alarm fire, I'll be there this week. I don't know how the city's going to receive me. That's all right. We'll see what happens. If I can make it through the Philly airport when I land on Wednesday, that'll be progress made. Sean Farish filling in till 10 this morning as we negotiate a Memorial Day. We navigate a Memorial Day this morning. And I'm excited to see everybody on Thursday at the FOP Lodge for the remote broadcast. It's going to be a good time. All right, let's remember what today is all about, folks. It is Memorial Day. It is the day that we pause and reflect on the sacrifices made by our brave men and women of our military. They gave their lives in defense of the greatest country in the world. And we have the luxury of doing 4 hours of radio this morning because of their sacrifice. So, you know, when you fire up your grill today, if that's the kind of thing you're going to do, or you just you have the day off, and you take a little bit of time to sit back and enjoy the day off, just remember that it is, today is about more than just a day off from work, or a good deal on a new car, or anything of that nature, a long weekend. Just reflect on that for a little bit today, right? Then go buy your car, right? There you go. Happy Memorial Day to everybody, and let's keep that in mind as we go through today. We have more of the same with Iran this weekend, the announcement of an imminent deal, and then some tiptoeing around whether or not there was a deal, and whether or not it was actually close, and what the deal contained. Like, we have seen this before, right? We've seen this before. And I'm going to tell you, this is probably, for me, the most frustrating part of this whole Iran process, is I feel like we're going around. Like, have you ever seen you watch a video of it, it's not like a rare thing, like a unicorn. I found a unicorn in public, like a dog chasing its tail. I feel like for the last month and a half, that's kind of the exercise we've been engaged in with regards to Iran. We have a deal. And then it's like, well, their command structure's all jacked up, so we don't know if we have a deal. And then Iran's like, no, we don't have a deal. And then the United States goes, we don't have a deal, we're going to bomb you. And then we come back to the top of the cycle, and it's like, please don't bomb us, let's make a deal. We've got a deal. And we go around and around and around to, don't bomb us, we have a deal. Maybe we don't have a deal. We definitely don't have a deal. We're going to bomb you. Iran comes back to the negotiation. It's like we're going around and around and around and around and around. And we've been doing that since April 7th. Now, I'm not trying to destroy, the administration over this, or, tell you that it's never going to get done. I just, every time I hear about a potential deal, I'm not going to say I roll my eyes, but I kind of do the whole, I'll believe it when I see something signed. Now, beware of all of the online chatter and folks who are rushing to judgment about the deal when nobody has the actual details of the deal. The details that are leaking about this deal are not leaking from the United States perspective. Okay? The president made it very clear yesterday on social media that that anybody who's criticizing the deal doesn't know what the deal actually is. So pay very close attention, because we saw this toward the middle of April when deals were announced, and then the terms of the deal came out. And it was like you're looking at it going, this is a horrible deal. Well, that's because it wasn't the deal. This is information that's being leaked out of negotiations or leaked out of the region from Iranian sources. We can't trust them, right? We've seen this before where purported deals are leaked, usually coming from Iran themselves, and people eat it up, right? They eat it up. Like, they're just like, oh, look at this. These details are terrible. They're going to keep their nukes. They're going to keep control of the strait. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And it turns out that that's not what the United States is getting ready to agree to. So while I don't like the whole, chasing the tail exercise that it looks as if we're engaged in right now, I'm also not going to sit there and say we're making a bad deal. I don't know what the deal is. And I believe that this administration deserves, and I've said it for a while, and like I said, I'm getting a little impatient with how long it's taking, but at the same time, you don't want to rush into a bad deal. I think this is the administration that'll get it right, if it can be made right. The only other option at that point, if the deal is not the way that we're going to go, is to resume military operations. And sitting here on Memorial Day, it's kind of hard to pound our chests and say let's do that too. But that might be the only way to deal with these guys. So I believe Donald Trump gave them another 5 to 7 days. We've also heard that before. At some point, though, push is going to have to come to shove. But we got to slow down. We're going to let it play out, and most certainly not get caught up in the hysteria. That's the top thing I can tell you to do. Don't get caught up in the hysteria. There are rumors about what this deal contains, and I was reading about this just before we jumped on the air from Amwaj Media, okay, which appears to be, Middle East of origin. And it's talking about the potential framework of the deal. And it tells on itself, this piece. The draft framework says here, quote, the draft framework as described to Amwaj Media by Arab and Iranian sources. Arab and Iranian sources, not U.S. sources. So any of the, and all of this, all of the details that are being leaked out, in this Amwaj Media article are the same details that people were, up in arms over yesterday. Guys, these are details coming from Iran. This isn't the actual deal. Now, there may be some parts of the, quote unquote leaked proposal that, may mirror that of the actual deal, but we have seen this before. So I say, take a chill pill, just a little bit. All right. We'll go through what's next with Iran. And I'm hoping this thing comes to an end sooner rather than later. I've been saying that really since it started. Has the mission been accomplished? Was the mission just nuclear weapons? Is that now where we are? We'll see. I had been saying we wanted to get the Strait of Hormuz and gas under control by Memorial Day. Memorial Day is here. Gas prices are not under control yet. We would, if Republicans are going to do well in the midterms, this is going to have to get worked out. So we will see. We will see how far and how long this exercise with Iran goes. I am not going to say that I'm pessimistic, but I'm also going to say, I'm not going to say that I'm optimistic because we've seen it before. I'm in kind of wait and see mode, and the cynic in me says, okay, here we go again. So we'll see. Thomas Massie has not been handling his primary election loss particularly well. Went on Meet the Press yesterday, which didn't go very well for him, as you could imagine. Like I say, he hasn't been handling it well. This is a guy, whether you like him or you don't like him, whatever, there's no doubt that if you look at the way he ran his campaign and you look at the messaging coming from Thomas Massie, that he is performing for an online audience. And this is a trap that I think we see many members of Congress and members of the government and, whomever fall into. They start performing for an online audience. They start using talking points that resonate online instead of talking points that resonate where most people are, not online, in the real world. Jackson Dart introduced President Trump at a rally before the weekend started, prompting nationwide meltdowns. That's funny, because I don't remember these meltdowns over Colin Kaepernick. I remember, stunning and brave, right? Disney. Mickey Mouse. Got along well with Mickey Mouse. Disney's new Star Wars movie, The Mandalorian and Grogu, is tanking in the box office. Many may say rightfully so. Stephen Colbert is off the air because, it's censorship. The president just... No. This guy was costing CBS $40 million a year. My question is, where the hell is CBS? And why aren't they saying, we didn't cancel him because of the... But you would think this company's being accused of bending under the pressure of the administration. That's not why Stephen Colbert was canceled. He was canceled. The show was canceled because he was losing $40 million a year. Greg Stocker's favorite folks over there at the FCC, by the way, asking the public for help with regards to whether to classify The View, this is a real story, The View, as a bona fide news show. Spencer Pratt is surging in Los Angeles. Does he have a shot? He might. I think he's got as good a shot of anyone else who was running as a non-Republican and non-Democrat in that race. So we will get to that a little bit later on this morning. And a very bizarre story out of New Jersey that we will get to a little bit later this morning. We had a very emotional sports weekend on the racing front. Kyle Busch, a lot of tributes being paid to late NASCAR driver Kyle Busch. Cause of death details have been released as well. Speaking of sports, we can go to the great Phil Almquist, my brother in suffering, fellow New York Jets fan and fellow New York Islanders fan. Right? We had quite a collapse to end this year, but that's okay because the future looks bright.
Been great. The hockey players have been great. Absolutely,
they have been fantastic. So Phil Almquist with sports. Let's hear it.
All right. I guess, Jim, there's no bed today, but that's okay. We will start in baseball.
No. There is a bed. I just didn't want to interrupt you. Okay. Here's the bed, Phil.
Okay. There it is.
There it is.
We will start in baseball, where the Phils obviously lost 3-1 to Cleveland yesterday and ended up losing 2 of 3 in the weekend series. It's their second straight series loss. Ironically, both to Ohio teams. They're now a game under 500 and 10 back of Atlanta, who now lead the division and lead the division by 10. But they not only lead the division, they also have the best record in baseball. How's your Rangers doing right now?
We don't talk about it.
Okay, we don't talk about it. I just figured
we don't talk about it.
Okay, moving on.
They're doing what they normally do. 2 or 3 games under 500, losing games to Los Angeles Angels, not scoring runs. When they do score runs, they give up more runs than they score. It's just, typical Rangers baseball.
Typical Rangers. All right.
At least I had 2023.
Well, that's
all I'm
good.
going to say.
That is true.
Yeah.
Moving on to racing and the Indy 500. Now, before I get to the finish, which was the closest in Indy history, there were Blackhawks flying overhead during the pace lap.
Hawks of color, by the way.
This was pretty much identical to last year when I went. It was just really cool.
But what a sight. There's the 38th Combat Aviation Brigade. UH-60M Blackhawks fly above the stars and stripes of Santino Ferrucci's AJ Foyt racing car and this entire field.
Anyway, it's just really cool to hear everything and do that when I went a year ago. Now, getting back to the finish, which I said was the closest in history, here's the finish.
Great run off the final corner. Here comes Rosenquist. Malukas defends. Who has it? Over the line. Who's it going to be? It's Rosenquist.
They'll slow it down right here.
Oh, my. Higher final lap.
That's
it. Look at
that. Wow.
It's not even a nose.
Crazy.
You can see why Malukas is so devastated.
0.02 seconds. That's the difference. 0.0233 was the exact official time. between those two cars. It's crazy.
Wow.
Also of note, they did have a moment of silence for Kyle Busch during lap 18, which was obviously his NASCAR number from 2008 to 2022. He won 56 of his 63 Cup wins with that number. Now, in Charlotte, they also obviously honored him, but during lap 8, which is his current number, and here is lap 8.
And a very special moment coming here. As we work lap 8, we go silent in honor of Kyle Busch.
You'll see all the people in the stands holding up 8. So, 8 fingers for Kyle Busch when they go to that wide shot.
There it is.
.41 is just way too young.
Way too young.
Unless, of course, you're Nick Kayal. Gonna dig him while he's not here. Anyway, in other news in basketball, the Knicks now lead the Cavs 3-0 in the Eastern Conference Final after winning their 10th straight. Game 4 is tonight. In the Western Conference Final, the Spurs actually beat the Thunder last night, tied that series at 2. In the NHL, Vegas beat the Avs 5-3 and now lead that series 3-0. And the Eastern Conference Final in hockey is tied at 1 between Montreal and Carolina. And that's sports.
Phil, the Avs lost last night, huh?
They did. They were up 2-0.
They started that game up 3-0, did they not?
Yeah, they choked. It's
My
amazing.
goodness. So they look like they're all but done now.
Well,
I mean,
it's amazing
you're not...
having the best record in hockey going into the playoffs, and they're down 3-0 right now.
And then never usually works out well for those President's Trophy winners.
Right, David in South Carolina, who I know is a big fan of the Avs.
Is he? Okay.
Is. Anyway, that's it. Like I said, that's sports.
There it is. Thank you, Phil. Phil Almquist with sports. We've got so much we're going to get to this morning. We'll start off with Iran as we get into the next segment. There are fake details leaking again, or at least rumored details leaking again. We have seen this before. So before we panic, I don't want to, we don't want to start flipping out over, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're going to agree to these terms. The president made it clear yesterday on social media, nobody on our side here in our media or anything like that knows what this deal is. And once he said that, it's okay. We've seen this before. So we're going to get into Iran. We will definitely get into Kyle Busch, 41, way too young. As I had mentioned on Friday, for those of you who are listening to Kayal and Company on Friday, we were talking about Kyle Busch. They had not released a cause of death. I did hear Thursday evening that it was related to pneumonia, which is why I kind of came out and said, all this speculation about the COVID jab and all that the internet loves to run around with. It was the jab. Nobody's ever died before the COVID vaccine. Apparently, that's what the internet would lead you to believe. Everyone who dies is because they took the jab. I did hear that it was because of pneumonia, and it appears that was one of the contributing factors, although it wasn't the only factor. Unfortunate and tragic loss of Kyle Busch. So when we come back, we'll get into the Iran deal, what's real and what's not, and the fallout, the potential fallout, and reactions to that on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you want to call in, 855-839-1210. Sean Farish taking you all the way till 10 o'clock this morning. And we'll be right back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT right after this. Stay right there.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Red Pocket Mobile.
Accidents are the leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4 in the United States, with drowning the top cause in this category. No single method or intervention can eliminate the risk of drowning. However, the National Drowning Prevention Alliance says risk is reduced through layers of protection, barriers and alarms near pools, swim lessons, adult supervision near pools, the use of life jackets, and knowing CPR. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Ambutra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Ambutra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Ambutra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Ambutra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Ambutra.com. Ask your doctor about Ambutra for ATTR-CM.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
622 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for Kayal and Company all the way up till 10 o'clock this morning on 1210 WPHT. We'll jump right in head first into this Iran potential deal. Little details broke on Saturday evening that we're getting close again. See, this is the exercise that we've been going through since that first ceasefire. We're getting close. Then Iran starts to play games. Then, Trump says we're ready to go militarily. And then we posture ourselves as being ready to bomb them and resume military operations again. And then we get to, wait, let's make a deal. And then we're getting close. And we're going around and around and around and around and around. And I get it that this is, in a way, a negotiating tactic, right? And this is just sometimes how negotiations go. You get close, you get far away. You get close, you get far away. And, both sides are bluffing and who's got what and who's getting ready to do what and all of these different things. It is getting a bit tiring, but, none of this is supposed to be easy. But this is what seems to happen every time we get close to a deal. Details come out and people start losing their minds over the details. And you've got to consider and at least ask where those details are coming from if they look as, should we say, ridiculous? Should we say that they don't look as complete or favorable to the United States? So Saturday it gets announced that a deal is, close again. And we were with some friends on Saturday. We made a deal. I said, did we really? I can't help but roll my eyes at news of an Iran deal because we've just seen this before. That's the problem. We've seen we've seen this whole exercise play out a number of times since that first ceasefire at the beginning of April. But anyway. I don't want to make it sound like I think the administration isn't doing this properly because I think they are towing a very fine line and walking a tightrope rather effectively here, all while really not putting members of our military in harm's way too much, right? It's not like we're still bombing them and there's no ground invasion right now, and so I would much rather this as opposed to that alternative, boots on the ground alternative, right? President Trump yesterday responded to criticism coming from a lot of people, but namely those who are very excited about war. You can call him a warmonger if you want. Not Trump. You call these people warmongers if you want. President Trump announced the largely negotiated framework on Saturday. Included in the plan is a 60-day ceasefire, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and concessions from Iran on nuclear enrichment, and Hezbollah ending its offensive against Israel. Early reports of the deal with Iran suggest that an agreement is near and that Iran is poised to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and abandon its nuclear enrichment program. But various would-be allies of the president in the media and such have come out questioning the president's deal-making capabilities, suggesting that he should not be so quick to end the war, namely South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, who has spent a lot of Trump's second term thus far pushing for war with Iran, slamming the potential deal on Saturday as a nightmare for Israel. See, this is why. This is why people run with the whole the United States is owned by Israel conspiracy theory, because you have Lindsey Graham coming out saying this is a nightmare for Israel. Well, that's not why we're fighting, right? That's not what we were told. Okay. Ted Cruz said he's deeply concerned as he clutched his pearls over the notion of a deal. Ted Cruz further suggested that Trump was making a disastrous mistake with the deal that would result in Iran receiving billions of dollars, being able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons. All right. Like, I get if you're concerned, fine. You're a senator. It's your job. It's your right. Whatever. What is the one thing that Donald Trump has said from day one about Iran and nuclear weapons? Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. So now here's Ted Cruz saying he thinks it's a disastrous mistake, saying that Iran will get billions of dollars and be able to enrich uranium. Well, if you're reading a deal that says Iran's going to be able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons, then maybe, Ted, that's not the deal that we're about to agree to, since that's the center point of what we're doing this whole war for in the first place. I'm going to ask this. How could you be so stupid to believe that that's what we're about to sign? They're going to be able to make nukes. Then that's not the freaking deal. We haven't learned. Month and a half, we're watching this same exercise. We've seen this every time a deal looks like it's close. And Trump comes out. Iran has agreed to turn over the nuclear dust, or whatever the heck he calls it, right? The nuclear material. And then Iran comes out and goes, no, that's not part of the deal. So if you're hearing now that Iran's going to be able to develop nuclear weapons after signing this deal, you could probably bet your bottom dollar that it's bullcrap. Right? I mean, does it take like a 30-year law enforcement investigative veteran to figure out that maybe the rumors that we're hearing are not accurate with regards to what this deal contains? Both of the senators, Graham and Cruz, were amplified with retweets from a guy I respect, but I mean, Mark Levin, what are we doing? Levin says, and I don't disagree with this, history teaches us that peace deals are best made after the enemy is defeated or surrendered. I thought we did defeat Iran, right? I mean, their military has been completely neutered. Well, Trump responded to this and said, if I make a deal with Iran, it will be a good and proper one, not like the one made by Obama, which gave Iran massive amounts of cash and a clear and open path to a nuclear weapon. Our deal is the exact opposite, but nobody has seen, this is most important, nobody has seen it. So for anybody who's bringing up, well, what about this in the deal? Well, what about that in the deal? That's not the deal. Okay? What you're doing is, and this is, we should not be falling for this anymore, is you're taking propaganda that is being leaked out by the regime that is designed to sow discord in the United States. This is what you're doing. They are leaking. Iran, as I mentioned, is this Amwaj media that is reporting on the quote-unquote framework, the draft framework of the deal. And it says in this article, the draft framework as described to Amwaj media by Arab and Iranian sources. Folks, it is all of the rumors that you're hearing about this deal, it's coming from Iran. You can't believe it and take it as gospel. It's basically Iran negotiating in public, which in a way is what Trump is doing. You're not going to have a nuke. You're going to reopen the strait. No, we're going to have a nuke and we're going to control the strait. You know, which is why when I see this, you know, Trump saying one thing in public and Iran, the Iranian sources to these media outlets leaking other details in public, I'm going, this doesn't look like we're close to a deal. So we go through this exercise again. But I caution you against, and you'll see Fox News run with this, the New York Post run with this, you'll see a bunch of other outlets that you would otherwise trust run with this, but pay attention to the phrase, proposed, rumors of the deal, information that was obtained by blah, 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 blah. On the United States side, according to the president, nobody other than the negotiating team knows what this deal contains. We've seen Iran try to save face before with, in episodes and exercises like this. Please don't fall for clear and obvious propaganda. If you're seeing a deal or rumors of a deal or draft framework or whatever the hell you want to call it, leaked out to the internet, leaked out to the public, that in any way, shape, or form includes the ability of Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon, you can look at that and go, well, there's no way that's the deal, because that's why we're doing all this in the first place. That's what Trump said. They're never going to have a nuke, so he's not going to sign on to something that allows them to build a nuke. You would think Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin would understand this. And I like Mark. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of Lindsey. And Ted Cruz, I could take him or leave him. It's good sometimes. He's not great sometimes. Like, let's before we go into full-blown Karen mode and start clutching pearls all over the place, relax and realize he's not signing a deal that's going to allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. That's the whole reason why we did Operation Midnight Hammer last year. That's the whole reason why we did what we did this year, beginning in, late February, early March. So don't fall for these fake leaks. Don't fall for these. I mean, it is obvious that Iran and these bad actors are floating propaganda and inaccurate information out into the ether on the internet for consumption. And people are going, this is the deal? This is terrible. What is he doing? And just undermining faith in the entire process. Don't fall for that. It's exactly what the enemy wants you to do. Exactly what they want you to do. All right. When we come back here, we have some running updates on Iran. A lot of murkiness. And as I said, for me personally, looking at how both sides are acting here, the cynic in me, says, I don't know how close we actually are to a deal. But we'll see. We will see. We'll get back to some new updates on this whole thing, and we'll try and distill fact from fiction when we come back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 if you'd like to chime in, as we are halfway through hour one. We would love to take your calls and your thoughts on the latest updates with Iran. Do you think it ends this week? Are we close? Are we not close? What are you looking for? What are you concerned about? 855-839-1210. Would love to hear from you. We'll have the latest updates on Iran and a little bit more when we come back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish taking you all the way till 10 o'clock this morning. We'll be right back after this.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Memorial Day is a special day and a sacred day in America when we remember those who died while serving in our country's armed forces. I'm Joanne Small-Canella of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. On behalf of my co-host Tracy Stillman and the entire Crash Proof Retirement team, we join all Americans this weekend in paying tribute and honoring those men and women of the United States military who demonstrated extreme bravery and valor in making the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedom. On this Memorial Day weekend, we ask that you take a moment and remember those fallen soldiers who showed us the courage needed to persevere in the face of overwhelming obstacles. America is great today because of their fearlessness and their selflessness. All Americans should be unified today in our thanks, our respect, and our admiration. Be safe this weekend, and God bless America.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.638 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on this Memorial Day morning. Sean Ferrish taking you all the way till 10 o'clock this morning on this Memorial Day. Latest updates with Iran. As I mentioned, the rumors of this deal that are leaking, the president shot those rumors down, said nobody knows what the deal is. What are you freaking out about? To which I play,
don't fall for it.
We love that. We love that drop. So for my show on rumble.com/LFATV, that's actually one of our listeners' kids. They sent that to us. Use this as a clip. Don't fall for it. So we love it. You hear all these rumors of a bad deal about to be signed, and we play the don't fall for it drop. We love that. There it is. All right, let's get to some latest updates. Iran says oil exports cannot be reduced to zero, citing secret routes. Iran's oil exports cannot be reduced to zero despite pressure and sanctions, an economic advisor to Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said on Sunday. Masuma Agapor said Iran has alternative export routes and oil infrastructure beyond its main hub at Karg Island and the country's southern export terminals. Quote, we have other routes and other oil resources in other regions for exports, which we are not going to reveal. Okay. The United Kingdom is preparing Strait of Hormuz deployment to clear mines once the United States and Iran have reached a deal. Hundreds of British sailors are preparing to deploy to the Strait of Hormuz to help clear mines. The outlet reported Sunday that once a deal is reached between the United States and Iran, the RFA Lime Bay, docked off the coast of Gibraltar, will leave for the Middle East. The vessel is being loaded with ammunition and mine-hunting sea drones equipped with sonar. It is expected to join the British destroyer HMS Dragon and Allied ships providing air support before transiting the Suez Canal en route to the Persian Gulf. Iran could deploy a huge variety of mines throughout the strait, according to Commander Gemma Britton, head of the Royal Navy's Mine and Threat Exploitation Group. So that's from the UK side of things. Iran threatened to quit their nuclear treaty and break the naval blockade. They're not going to be able to break the United States naval blockade, not with their navy anyway. Iran's management of the Strait of Hormuz ends 50 years of insecurity in the Persian Gulf. Iranian news agencies quoted Rizie as saying, according to the Jerusalem Post, Rezai, these names, who is subject to U.S. sanctions, also said that Iran has strong reasons for keeping control over the strait, claiming Tehran's objective is to prevent the Persian Gulf from becoming a center for military deployments and instability. His remarks were published Sunday by Mehr News Agency, a semi-official Iranian news outlet. Again, look at where these statements are being published and look at who's making them. And when you see that this is regime propaganda, or at the very least, there's a small element of truth that's been heavily diluted by regime propaganda, that it's most likely something you should not be falling for. Iran's official IRGC spokesperson, Ibrahim Al-Fikar, warned if the Strait of Hormuz was attacked, Tehran's forces would break the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports. One would think that if they could, they would. They can't. I don't believe that for a second. All right, what else with the updates? Oil prices came down a little bit yesterday. We've seen that before. Rubio calls for Hezbollah destabilizing Lebanon. Rubio says Hezbollah destabilizing Lebanon. Hezbollah's chief is calling for a government overthrow there. Israel may restart their attacks against Hezbollah. Trump gives Iran 5, 6, or 7 days to finalize deal as no dust, no dollars talks continue. A framework agreement with Iran was 95% there as of Sunday. Officials told Fox News, though they said negotiators were still haggling over language detailing Tehran's nuclear stockpile in the Strait of Hormuz. Quote, "We're not going to roll over. We are not there yet on a deal. We are not going to sign a deal today or tomorrow," the official said, before adding that President Donald Trump's instinct is to give them 5, 6, or 7 days to get an agreement over the finish line. The official confirmed a no dust, no dollars policy that is guiding negotiations, adding that Iran had agreed in principle to the framework, and we are 95% there. Quote, "We have a deal on the nuclear stockpile in the Strait of Hormuz, but are negotiating language," the official said, reiterating the administration's no dust, no dollars approach. Quote, "We have the opportunity to make a deal that will lower costs for Americans while ensuring the Iranians do not get a nuclear weapon. We are not going to do a bad deal, that's for sure. We have optionality and can resume military strikes if a deal is not reached." Trump also instructed negotiators on Sunday not to rush into a deal and stressed that time is on our side. Okay. So you have both sides publicly releasing statements that appear that they're not in line with each other. Is this a game of poker that is being played in the public eye? Is it not? Is it more of the same? The cynic in me tells me that what we're watching here between the United States and Iran is just more of the same. It's not that I don't have faith in this administration to reach a deal. It's that we can't trust Iran. That's lesson number one. When I say we, I don't mean the president of the United States. I mean we, like the public. And so, again, when you see these terms of these deals being released and those deals include Iran being able to build a nuclear weapon like Ted Cruz is freaking out about, you have to be smarter than to freak out over that. You can't look at that and go, wow, what are we signing? He's not signing that. You just heard, from the U.S. side of these negotiations that the deal that they believe is 95% agreed to, includes turning over the nuclear stockpile. So when the Iranians and their sources come out and go, we're going to be able to keep building a nuke and we're going to be able to keep the nuclear stockpile. Clearly, the United States mantra with this whole, and their MO with this whole deal is no dust, no dollars. When they say dust, they mean the nuclear stockpile. So everyone just calm down. Here's what I think is going to happen in the next 5 to 7 days. It's going to fall through again. And I believe, as I have since probably the first or second time we've gone through this roundabout exercise, this tail-chasing exercise of we have a deal, we're waiting on the final terms, Iran's now saying something different, and all right, that's it, we're getting ready to bomb you again, and then Iran comes back and says, wait, please don't bomb us, let's make a deal. That tail-chasing exercise has been repeating itself. That cycle has been repeating itself since early April. Okay? And the way the information is being put out there right now from, both sides of these negotiations, I feel like that's going to happen again in another 5 to 7 days. I think, unfortunately, that we're going to have to bomb them again and start military operations again to further weaken them again and advance our position of strength at the negotiating table again. That's where I think we're going to wind up. Now, throughout all this murkiness, I'm hoping, really hoping, that we do get to strike a deal and get this behind us. Because we got an election in about 5 months. And as much as I love, talking about these midterms projections and all of this, it's going to be real hard for the Republican Party to do well in these midterm elections if the national price of gas is, in the mid-4s. It's going to be real hard. So that's not a reason to rush into a deal. It's not a reason to rush into a deal. I think I said it on Friday when I was doing the afternoon show that a nuclear-armed Iran is worse for us and the world than the Democrats taking back the House. That's a tough one. Like, what's worse? Yeah, I don't want Iran with a nuclear weapon. Because those sick SOBs would use it. So that's where we are with Iran. We'll do put our final touches on this opening hour and the Iran story, because frankly, it's been the same story for a month and a half. Round and around and around we go. And I get it. That's how negotiations work. And I'm not trying to say the administration doesn't know what it's doing. As a matter of fact, I believe they know exactly what they're doing. And they're trying to exhaust every diplomatic avenue before we have to resume military strikes. But unfortunately, I do believe that we are going to have to resume those military strikes in order to get this thing wrapped up. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Sean Ferris taking you all the way till 10 o'clock this morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll come back, wrap up the first hour with the final touches and final updates on this Iran conflict, what to expect next. Right after this, don't go anywhere. We will be back. 855-839-1210. What do you think is going to happen with this Iran conflict? Give us a call. Let us know. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know I love summer vacation, and the Zioli family, we love Cape May, and we love the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, and you will love it too. Book a June midweek stay, and you're going to save big time because you're going to get resort credits back. The longer you stay, the more you save. 3 nights get you $60 a night in resort credits, 5 nights get you $70, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to to get food and beverages at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the family on a whale watching boat cruise. But you got to book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. So go to grandhotelcapemay.com. And the Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. But they always sell out for the summer, so make sure you make your reservations today. You'll love the outdoor pool, the indoor pool, you'll love it all. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Don't make the same mistake that I did. I called my insurance company directly, and they minimized my claim. Then I called Morano's Public Adjustment Group, and they made sure I got paid top dollar. For all your insurance needs, call Morano's Public Adjustment Group at 445-247-8228. That's 445-247-8228. And tell them Mr. Tony sent you.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 36-month certificate at 3.81% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For more flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.651 on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Memorial Day. Wrapping up hour one here with some updates on the Iran front. I am all Iran'd out. I want this to end, but I do want this to end on our terms. I mean, I'm not the president of the United States. What would I have done? I probably would have dropped a few more bombs by now. I don't have this much patience. And I credit Donald Trump for having this much patience and this much restraint, but I don't have this much patience. I got to be honest. In my opinion, I don't see how this whole thing stays intact. It appears like more of the same from the Iranian side. We get close, they start changing terms. You can't trust these people. You can't. And I know the question is, the question that we all have to wrestle with and grapple with is, well, what's the other option, right? Like, what is the other option here? If you're going to say bomb them, like, what does that mean? How many people have to die? This is tough. I mean, this is why I'm happy I'm not the president of the United States, right? How many civilians, right? I mean, look, every time you drop a bomb, someone's probably going to lose their life. You got to live with that. What options do we have? I mean, do we keep doing this roundabout exercise? How long does that continue? The longer that continues, the longer the strait remains closed. The longer the strait remains closed, the longer global oil prices remain elevated. The longer global oil prices remain elevated, the longer our fuel prices at home remain elevated. And then politically, and Iran knows this, that hurts the president, that hurts the Republican Party in the midterms. I mean, these people aren't stupid. They do some stupid things. They're a bunch of third world savages, but they're not dumb. Trump says time is on our side, and it is. If you're looking at this military campaign in a vacuum, but there are these other external factors. A couple of things that I'm going to be a little critical of here. When we first started the blockade, we were told 14 days, and then Iran's going to be in trouble. Well, it's been a lot longer than 14 days. And I get it. No plan survives contact with the enemy. I'm not trying to say that the administration doesn't know what it's doing and that we're being lied to or any of these things. It's just that, this part of the operation is moving at a snail's pace, and it's not going to move quickly. You can't. A deal like this is not going to happen overnight. I get all of this, and it's like we're close, we're not close. Now we're closer than we were before, but then we're not close. So we're in and we're out, and we're bombing them, and then we're not bombing them, and it's power plant day, and it's not power plant day. And at some point, and I have to ask, what point does something have to give here? And that's the question that a lot of people are grappling with and wrestling with this morning. At what point do we stop this roundabout exercise, this round and round, this tail chasing exercise over and over and over again? Deal, no, it's like, the Howie Mandel show, deal or no deal, deal or no deal, deal or no deal. At what point do we not abandon that, but put that process on the back burner and drop a few more bombs, resume the campaign in a little bit to force the Iranians either into the deal that we want, or, hey, maybe the regime is overthrown. That's the one thing that bothers me about this whole thing, is that it looks as if this regime is going to survive, which is a net negative for the world. I mean, we took out their leadership structure, but they've clearly got something in place right now that's keeping everything in check. I mean, it was supposed to be an uprising of the American people, of the Iranian people after we first started everything, and then the Kurds stole the guns or whatever the heck happened. There's a lot of murkiness here, and it's one of those things where, like, I don't see how this is any different than it was the first couple times we went through this exercise, and so the cynic in me is saying, all right, a deal, I'll believe it when I see it. I could be wrong. And frankly, I hope I am, because I'm ready for this saga to end, but it has to end on our terms. It has to end on our terms. And that is why, we look at these quote unquote leaked proposals and deals and terms, and I look at them and I go, that doesn't look like that's the deal that we're going to be. That does not look like that's the deal the United States is going to be signing. And again, that is to paint the United States as capitulating, surrendering, right? I mean, if the terms that are being leaked right now are legitimate, then it would look like the United States is surrendering, and that's not what's happening. There's no way the leaked terms of this agreement is what we're about to sign. No way. So we be wise to those tricks, right? We stay wise to those tricks, and we understand that that's not what's going on. I can't help but look at this through a political lens. Every day that goes by, especially now that we are into, today is the unofficial start of summer. Summer travel season is going to be underway soon. Colleges are wrapping up. Schools are wrapping up. Beach season is underway. Summer travel season is underway. And with these high fuel costs, whether it's right or wrong, this is what people do. Gas prices are high. They point the finger right at the president. We all remember the Joe Biden I did that stickers. I feel like you've got a very short period of time until you start seeing Trump ones on the gas pumps. And I'm not saying right or wrong. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have gone in there and stopped Iran from building a nuke and started this campaign. What I'm saying is that is what happens. The general public blames the president for gas prices. But that's not real. That's not true. That's not the right way. I don't care if it's real, true, or the right way to do it, or if it's logical. That's what happens. Don't give me but this, but that. I'm telling you what is. Gas goes up, people blame the president. No matter who the president is, they blame the president. Period. And if you're blaming the president for high gas prices 5 months before midterm elections, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the Republican Party. So I want it to end, but then again, it's got to end on our terms. And we keep hearing, if they don't agree, then we're going to go back. If they don't agree, then we're going to do this. If they don't agree, then we're going to do that. Well, at some point, we're going to have to now make good on that threat. And I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. But if I feel like it's going to have to come to that. This round and round and round and round game, We've got to break this cycle. And unfortunately, the only way to break that cycle is by dropping a few more bombs. I don't see another way to do it. I hope I'm wrong. And I hope this deal is, I hope this is where this entire conflict ends and we can start to move past it and get into, more issues that are important for Americans here at home. All right, 855-839-1210 if you have any thoughts on Iran. When we come back, we're going to jump into a pretty brutal day it's been a brutal week, for Thomas Massie. He went on Meet the Press yesterday to talk about his primary election loss, and wouldn't you know it, looks like he hasn't learned a thing either. 855-839-1210. We'll be back to kick off hour 2. Sean Ferrish taking you all the way to 10 o'clock this morning, filling in for Kayal and company. Give us a call if you've got opinions on Iran. If not, sit back and listen as we kick off hour 2 next. We're back after this.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Spring is here, and that means wind, rain, and roofing problems. When it comes to protecting your home, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Family owned and operated for 53 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry. That's experience. That's integrity. That's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year, and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
$7:04 here, hour 2 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Ferrish here with you until we get to 10 o'clock this morning on this Memorial Day. May 25th, 2026. 3 years ago today, my wife and I got married. How cool is that? Yes, it is our 3rd anniversary this morning.
Happy anniversary.
Here it is. Thank you, Jimmy K.
Did Mr. President call and give you a happy anversary wish or no?
I haven't heard from him yet. He's still working. He's still working the phones with Iran, right? Still dealing with a bunch of people who don't like pork. So there you go. Oh, okay. I see a couple of comments in our YouTube chat, too. Any thoughts on the possibility of Jim Clyburn being unemployed? Oh, plenty of thoughts on that. We will actually, I'll touch on that a little later. We have Mike calling from Israel. Hey, maybe this is my APAC handler. No, I'm just kidding. Mike in Israel, what's going on? You're at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, I've called before. Can you hear me?
I got you, Mike, loud and clear. What's up?
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, I'm just calling in to see if I can add anything to this Iranian issue. I've been here a few years, mostly because my daughter moved here, married an Israeli, and has 2 kids, and I, as a grandfather, spend time helping out with them and all that. But it's I guess I wanted to say a couple of things.
Yeah, go for it.
The first is that a lot of Israelis are so far have been disappointed because Trump said he was going to do something with the uranium, and so far hasn't. And the ballistic missile program is still highly threatening. And let's see, what else can I tell you? Let's see, living here with the Iranian ballistic missiles, when they come over, these things are 40 feet long, 6 feet wide. They have 1,000 pounds of explosive on top. If they hit your building is gone. Yeah. And you end up having to run to bomb shelters at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 1 o'clock. It's a horrible experience, I'll tell you. It's terrifying. It really is. And the other thing, maybe people don't think about that much, that for all the years that the USSR and the United States threatened each other with annihilation, they never once launched a ballistic missile because the other side would have to assume they had a nuke on it.
Yeah, mutually assured destruction. Yeah.
Yeah, but here, Israel is clobbered by ballistic missiles all the time. And how are they ever going to know what's on it?
No, you're right. You're right about that. And I don't think Iran plays by the mutually assured destruction rules, and that's why you can't trust them with a nuclear weapon, right? That's the whole reason why you can't trust them with a nuke. And I get it from the standpoint of somebody, you're in the line of fire at this point, and all of Israel is. And Iran has been explicit that they want to wipe out Israel. They want to take Israel off the map.
They also would be more than willing to harbor destruction in the U.S., which they can figure out. And it's not just that. It's Iran is not an Arab country, and all of the Arab countries are now terrified of Iran.
Yep.
Iranians have launched ballistic missiles, and Iranians have launched ballistic missiles and drones everywhere. The UAE, they almost took out a nuclear power plant in one of those countries.
Yeah, it was Saudi Arabia, I think it was, or UAE, where they hit a nuclear power plant. They also proved that their ballistic missiles can go much further than many people suspected. When they attacked or launched an attack on Diego Garcia, the joint U.S.-UK base, which puts a lot of Europe in the attack radius right now. So, I mean, there's plenty to be concerned about. The problem is, Europe's not helping. And what is the path forward with Iran, right? I mean, do you bomb them into submission? I mean, that's what I would have done. It looked like we thought we did that, but we didn't actually do that. So what do you do?
Yeah, it's like Iran is really run now by the Republican Guard. the civilian
the
population.
IRGC. Yep, the IRGC.
Yes, they're really running the country. Iran has proved that they care less about the civilian population. They didn't care about the Gazans. They wanted Hamas to run amok. They don't care about the Lebanese and want Hezbollah to run amok. They're willing to, and Yemen, they're willing to sacrifice the civilian population to achieve their goals. So it's pretty. It's not a fun place, I'll tell you. Wayne, PA was much more fun.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's
sure. All.
Well,
Okay,
I appreciate your call, Mike, and I appreciate your call, and thank you so much for listening and giving us some perspective from Israel. Thank you, Mike from Israel, giving us a call. We've spoken to him before, and it's got to be a tough place to be these days. And I understand that as Mike said, the Israelis are not thrilled with maybe what the end game looks like here. And the only thing I would push back on, and this is going to sound cold, and I don't want to sound cold, but the only thing I'd push back on is, or ask, is it the United States' responsibility to, how do I want to phrase this without sounding like a cold, lifeless ghoul, right? Is it the United States' responsibility to make sure that the Israeli people are happy with our deal, right? And I'm not trying to say we just disregard what they want. Of course, this is going to play a role. They're our allies in the region. I support Israel. I'm not trying to go down this, Thomas Massie woke right path. But at the same time, our duty, the way we negotiate is to our people first. So there may be points of contention in a potential deal. Like let's say for all intents and purposes a deal is signed and there are details in there that Benjamin Netanyahu isn't happy with. Okay, but our job is to make sure that we have a deal that we're comfortable with, not the whole rest of because you're never going to please everybody, right? And so I don't want to be like, screw them, who cares? That's not what I'm saying. And I understand, I don't know what it's like to be, living in a country where ballistic missiles are raining down and you have to go into a bomb shelter at 3 a.m. It's not fun. I mean, I've heard stories, we know a few people over there and heard the stories about that type of exercise, 3 a.m, getting up, bomb shelter. Who knows if it's going to get through the Iron Dome, et cetera, et cetera. And yes, their ballistic missile program, if you attach a nuclear warhead to one of those things, they don't care about mutually assured destruction. You have to understand, too, this is not like a foreign country, as Mike said, the USSR. This is not just a foreign country that is, Iran, that is, achieving nuclear weapons, like Pakistan, for example, has nukes. India has nukes. Iran is run right now by religious fanatics. This isn't about governing a sovereign country. This isn't about, geopolitics. This is a jihad for them. They don't care. They will launch a nuke because they believe it is their religious calling to do so. That's the problem. So it's like, oh, well, mutually assured destruction. That's why nobody else, like North Korea. But North Korea is not run by a religious fanatic. There's a maniac over there, a little rocket man. I get it. But he's not on a jihad. So, very complex situation out there in Iran. But I'd like to see it wrapped up. But I also sympathize with those who are kind of saying, well, if you're not going to take away their ballistic missiles program, then they're still going to be able to project power outside of their border. I get it. It's not easy. And it's very easy and lazy, in my opinion. Well, why'd we do anything at all? Well, because if you didn't, the thought was that they'd be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. And once they have a nuclear weapon, it is over. You think what they're doing with the Strait of Hormuz is bad? As Marco Rubio said, and I'll toot my own horn here. I said it before Marco said it, weeks before Marco said it. But if you think what they're doing with the Strait of Hormuz is bad without nukes, try negotiating with them if they're behind a nuclear shield. At that point, it becomes impossible because then they'll say, well, no. If you don't sign on to what we want, we're just launching this bad boy. Then what? You can't assume that they're bluffing. These people aren't like the rest of the world. That's why the rest of the Arab world is terrified of Iran, because Iran doesn't play by the same set of rules. All right, let's pivot away from Iran here. We'll go to one of Iran's most admired congressmen, Thomas Massie. Obviously, last week, lost his primary in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District. And for those of you who follow me online, those of you who watch my show, rumble.com/LFATV, I am no fan of Thomas Massie. Now, at one point in my life, I was a bit of a fan of Massie. I bought into some of the things that he was talking about. And maybe at one point in time, he did have those principles that we hear about so many times. But I think he has gone astray and gone off the rails a little bit here. And I was very happy to see Thomas Massie lose his seat. And it's not because, you're just like blindly loyal to Trump, man. Like, I just spent the whole first hour of this show kind of not criticizing, but saying, hey, this round and round and round idea, I don't like it, right? And I'm frustrated with how long things have taken. This is not about, is Thomas Massie loyal to Trump or loyal to the Republican Party? This is, to me, is Thomas Massie full of sugar honey iced tea or not? And I think at this point in time of his career, he's full of it. There's a lot of people who are attributing a lot of things to why Thomas Massie lost his race. Okay. Was it the most expensive congressional primary in the history of the United States? The answer is yes. It was very expensive. There was a lot of money spent, by the way, on both sides. Thomas Massie individually raised more money than Ed Galrine did. Ed Galrine had a lot of PAC money, whether it was APAC or pro-Galrine PACs in Kentucky, running ads for him. Thomas Massie had a lot of pro-Massie PACs in Kentucky running ads for him as well. And Young Americans for Liberty, which is a cool organization, paying people to go knock on doors for Thomas Massie. And, about a few weeks before the race, I was saying I think Thomas Massie's in good position because I saw a robust ground game in that district. So then how did he lose if he had a robust ground game? Sean, you're always on here talking about elections are won on doorsteps and porches and living rooms and one in the trenches and one in the real world. Well, the problem comes, when, you could knock on a door and say, hey, this bag of dog crap is running for county mayor, and they're not going to vote for it because nobody wants a bag of dog crap. Now, I'm not saying Thomas Massie's that bad, but my point is, it doesn't matter how many people you've got knocking on doors if your candidate is not attractive. And it's not like Thomas Massie's only been in Congress for 6 years. He's been in Congress for 14 years. What has he accomplished for the people of his district? I mean that. I'm not taking a shot. Well, I'm taking a shot. But what has Thomas Massie accomplished for the people of his district over 14 years? Anytime I've asked him, well, he's principled, man. Cool. What has he done for his people in his district? Well, he's America first. Okay. Again, that's very nice. I'm happy you were burping. I'm happy you're able to burp up and regurgitate that slop. Good for you. That system's working properly. Good. Yeah, you wouldn't want that to get stuck down there. What has he accomplished for his district? Don't even tell me. That's not even about what legislation has passed. He's had one bill passed, by the way, which was the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It's an important issue. I'm not telling you that it's not an important issue. But it doesn't lower costs for people in Kentucky for. It doesn't bring investments into Kentucky for. It doesn't bring, the Epstein Files Transparency Act does not bring jobs into the district. It sheds some light and brings transparency on a very important issue. I'm not downplaying the allegations there. But what does it do for people going up and down the grocery store aisles going, dang, this stuff is expensive? What does it do for someone who just lost their job in Kentucky to an AI company or whatever that can't find a well-paying job? This is my question. And they say, "Oh, so you don't care?" I just said I care. I'm just asking, how is this issue number one? How does this address the most pressing priorities in the district? And the answer is it doesn't. Here's, in my opinion, why Thomas Massie lost his primary. Okay? And I want you to understand that I'm coming at this from an angle as someone who has seen good campaigns and bad campaigns from an on-the-ground activist perspective. Okay? That's a perspective that I want to bring into this thing. Thomas Massie, and there's a list of reasons I'm going to go down here for you, lost because he was and still is disconnected from the real world. He performs for an online audience. The internet is not real life. There are real people on the internet. There are real conversations on the internet. There are real debates on the internet. There are real issues discussed on the internet. But the internet is not real life. For those of you who are on X, have you noticed? It's almost impossible not to notice that the massive bot swarms that were in favor, the massive swarms of quote unquote people that were posting and replying in favor of Thomas Massie are gone. Have you noticed that? Where did those people go? The answer is a lot of them weren't real people. I'm not saying Massie was standing in some phone dungeon somewhere, firing off all these bot replies. I'm not even saying he directed that to happen. I'm saying he benefited from it, or he thought he was benefiting from it. It got to his head. It went to his head. He started bragging about, I ratioed Dan Bongino. I ratioed this, ratioed. Do you know what that is? Like when you comment on a post and your comment gets more likes than the original post, they call it a ratio. Whatever. What does it get you in the real world? And I've been saying this for over a year and a half now. The Nick Fuentes sycophants love this. The Groypers. Well, you got ratioed, man. Yeah, what does that mean? I mean, I know what it means. So what does it do for you in the real world? Other than you being able to say, yeah, haha, screenshot, look what I did on X. I got more likes than the original post. This guy's a loser. But what does it actually do for you in the real world? Does it lower the cost of anything? Can you go and get, 30% off of, a beef or something in the supermarket because you ratioed Dan Bongino on X? It does nothing. Here's the problem, though. The internet provides data and metrics and analytics right in real time, right at your fingertips. So one could, this is not smart, but one could make a post on X, okay, or any social media platform, X, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, wherever, and it could get a tremendous amount of engagement. Okay, you need to look at that as this post did well. Not this post did well because this idea is popular. And a lot of people use a post doing well, okay, as their basis for what will perform well in the real world. For example, a lot of you may notice this about how I do my social media. I'm not on there doing Trump all day long, right? Now, when I do my bits, 90-second, 2-minute bits of, your favorite president doing tremendous things, we're doing fun, those videos do very well. Does that mean I should enter the real world talking like Donald Trump 24/7 because it does well online? How ridiculous would that be? It would be funny, like at first, But then it would get played out if I was walking around the supermarket talking like Donald Trump to everybody that I saw. Well, it does well on the internet, so that's what I should do in the real world. This is what Massie was doing. Every time he brought up Israel, every time he brought up Epstein, every time he brought up, AIPAC, it did very well online. That does not mean you take that and then you apply that to your entire campaign in the real world. He was performing in the real world for his audience online. He had a poor track record for his time in Congress, 14 years. He made a lot of this race that he just lost about a foreign country, not about his district. That's another problem. If you're in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District and you have a member of Congress running for re-election, do you want to hear him talking about AIPAC, Bibi Netanyahu, Epstein, Israel, Epstein, the Jews, all this? Or do you want to hear about what he's going to do for you? I can tell you that if I was in the middle of a congressional primary here and I had to choose between two candidates and I had one guy talking about a foreign country the whole time, and it doesn't matter what foreign country, it could be Australia, and another guy talking about how he wants to advance the Republican agenda that I voted for 2 years ago in the 2024 election, I'm probably going with the guy who's talking about advancing the agenda that I voted for instead of the guy who's obsessed with the country overseas. And finally, Thomas Massie got involved with some bad people. Now, I just told you that the internet's not real life. I don't know what impact this had. But some of the quote-unquote influencers, and I use that term loosely because it doesn't look like they have much influence at all, that he was palling around with, were not good for his image. Not one bit. And I hate to say it. And I'm no fan of Massie, but I think he was taken advantage of. He got desperate. The folks that went out to Kentucky, some of these influencers that you saw, you can look back last week at some of these folks who, found their way out to Kentucky. I don't know the nature of the arrangements that were made. Did they spend their own money? Have they been reimbursed? Were they paid? I don't know. I have a hard time believing that all of a sudden, 10, 15 quote unquote influencers all decided to go to Kentucky at the same time and none of them were compensated or reimbursed for it. I have a hard time believing that, but I don't know. I don't have their finances in front of me. I have no idea. Whether it's folks in an American Reich hoodie, whether it's, the whole, the comments that they were making, it didn't look good. It didn't look good. And I call that group of people now, we call it the kiss of death. If they get involved with your campaign, you can reasonably expect that you're not going to do very well. So, five reasons why I think Thomas Massie didn't do well. He lost because he was and still is disconnected from the real world. There was a point in time where that was not the case. I think there was a point in time where Thomas Massie, maybe when he was newer, a newer congressman, maybe his, first 5 or so years, he wasn't as disconnected from the real world because the online ecosystem wasn't as robust as it is now. He is performing for an online audience, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene. He is performing for an online audience. He's not performing for a real world audience. The real world votes. Pakistani bots, whether he knows about them or not, can't vote in your primary. So you could be looking at an idea. You could be looking at a post you make about Israel, AIPAC, Epstein, whatever it might be, and say, whoa, that post did really well. That's what I should campaign on. Well, it's going to work online. You may gain a lot of followers. You may gain a lot of engagement. You may have a lot of people celebrating, how viral a post went. But the virality of a post does not win you elections. It does not. That's why, and very early on and even now, I say, okay, you look at, like, for example, Spencer Pratt. He releases a couple of really, really awesome ads. They do really well. And people are like, oh, he's going to win. Well, pump the brakes there, pal. Just because something does really well online does not mean that a candidate is going to win an election. Now, The way Spencer Pratt is running his campaign is a lot different than the way Thomas Massie's running his campaign. And we'll get to Spencer Pratt in a little bit because Spencer Pratt's not performing for an online world. Spencer Pratt is performing for the real world, talking about actual issues in actual Los Angeles that are actually impacting actual people. It's a lot different than the way Massie's running the campaign. But my point here, overarching point here, is the performance of a candidate's content online. It could be an indicator, but it is not a reliable metric that you should be resting your laurels on and running your campaign around. But, oh, well, this post did well, so now go on the campaign trail and talk about this. Well, you'll clip it on the campaign trail and you'll put it online and it'll perform well again. But the people that you're actually speaking to, that you're trying to motivate to go out and vote for you, they don't care when you start bringing up Israel and Tel Aviv and AIPAC and the Epstein files on the campaign trail. If that was an effective message in the real world, then Thomas Massie wouldn't have gotten smoked by 10 points in the real world, would he? So he lost because he is and was still disconnected from the real world, performing for an online audience. The internet is not real life. So for those of you thinking about running for office, use the internet as a tool. But just because you see a post do well on the internet does not mean you got to repeat that on the campaign trail. You can make it a part of your messaging, but don't assume because, every time you talk about a specific topic on social media that you're going to win a campaign if you talk about that topic and make it a central point of your campaign in the real world. He had a poor track record for his time in Congress, which is, you're supposed to have an incumbent's advantage. But if your track record is basically nothing, principles, people are eventually going to want to move on from you. Made the race about a foreign country, not about Kentucky, and got involved with some really bad people in his campaign, influencers that came out there. Awful for his image. That's why Thomas Massie lost. Okay? Oh, there was all this money that was spent against him. There was all this money. AIPAC spent a lot of... Okay, all right. You don't like special interest money? Really? You realize there's more than one type of special interest in this country, right? It's not just AIPAC and the American-Israeli relationship. Like, pro-life is a special interest. Mass deportations is a special interest. Border security is a special interest. Gun rights is a special interest. Free speech is a special interest. You want to get rid of all special interest lobbying? Listen, I'm fine with that. By the way, I would be total... If somebody came up to me and in this country waved the magic wand and said, no more PACs, the only way you can raise money in politics is from individual donors, where do I sign? Right now. I'll sign for that. Politics shouldn't be a lucrative business. When we come back on the other side of this break, I want to get to more from Massie because he went on Meet the Press. I've got 3 cuts that we're going to play when we come back here about Massie. That just shows you that the guy is not guided by any solid principles. He's a hypocrite. And people got tired of what has become an act. Maybe he didn't start off acting, but it became an act. It was grandstanding, and we'll prove that on the other side of this break. 855-839-1210. Sean Farish here, filling in for Kayal and Company as we roll on through the second hour. We'll be back with a couple of cuts showing you some of the reasons why Thomas Massie lost that primary and what he did yesterday on Meet the Press. We're back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is Mike Quick. PDQ POS is the MVP of point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry. And it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics and insights to evaluate your team and your play caller. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years. So don't wait. Make the switch. PDQ POS today. Visit pdqpos.com.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt. Every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at PennDOT.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Memorial Day is a special day and a sacred day in America when we remember those who died while serving in our country's armed forces. I'm Joanne Small-Canella of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. On behalf of my co-host Tracy Stillman and the entire Crash Proof Retirement team, we join all Americans this weekend in paying tribute and honoring those men and women of the United States military who demonstrated extreme bravery and valor in making the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedom. On this Memorial Day weekend, we ask that you take a moment and remember those fallen soldiers who showed us the courage needed to persevere in the face of overwhelming obstacles. America is great today because of their fearlessness and their selflessness. All Americans should be unified today in our thanks, our respect, and our admiration. Be safe this weekend, and God.
Saturday, May 30th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. With special guest, Gregory Page. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Jason Mraz.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Ready for your next Jeep? Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect fit waiting. Step into a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler with legendary capability. Now leasing for just $392 a month during the Declaration of Deals event. Need more? We have over 25 Jeep Grand Cherokees packed full of savings. Stop by during Declaration of Deals event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 D&L Drive 100 in Limerick.
39-month lease, 7,500 miles per year, $29.99 to signing. Zero security deposit with approved credit plus tax, title, and any other governmental charges. Expires 5/31/2026.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
$7:39 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish taking you all the way to 10 o'clock, filling in for Kayal and company. Real quick, I just heard that commercial advertising for Jason Mraz. One of my favorites, ever. A lot of people don't know that about me. I think he's phenomenal. I've seen him live a few times. One of the best live acts you'll see. Oh, but isn't he like a liberal? Yeah, he's a bleeding heart liberal. I don't care. He's an amazingly talented musician. Amazingly talented. Great songwriter. Great performer. And he doesn't seem like one of them rabid, violent guys, So, anyway, that's just me. I'm a huge fan of his. listening to his music again a little bit recently. It's just good stuff, man. If that's your type of thing, some people don't like the singer-songwriter stuff. I think Jason Mraz is amazing, and it's cool to see him touring again. He's an avocado farmer. I don't know if you guys know that. He's an avocado farmer. Guys, just unbelievably talented. So I just wanted to put that out there. I love Jason Mraz. He's one of the best, I think. One of the best. Another one I happen to like a lot is Ryan Tedder. He's the lead singer of One Republic. He's behind a lot of the Phil. So Phil Almquist is the music aficionado here, but Tedder, and I'm not sure if Phil's into much pop. Ryan Tedder's behind a lot of the hit songs of these days. Halo from Beyonce, Rumor Has It from Adele, some Jonas Brothers songs, and a lot. So between Tedder and Mraz, these are two guys very creative, and they've shaped this generation of music. Now, this generation of music isn't all that good, but those guys, I have a lot of respect for guys like that. As someone who, I have to try and be creative myself, right? When coming up with these new bits, sometimes it helps to listen and listen to people who are actually like accomplished creators themselves, even if it's in a different industry, to kind of get your mind spinning in the right way. So I really do. I love guys like that. The show Whose Line Is It Anyway, right? The improv show is one of the old version. One of my favorites, so just a little aside there. All right, Thomas Massie. I want to get to a couple of clips. Before we do that, I want to jump on the phones. We have Ed and Delran waiting patiently for us, one of our favorite callers. It's Ed and Delran, otherwise known as Dr. Seuss. What is up, Ed?
Hey, I'm on the loose like a moose and a papoose and a Canadian goose. And Sean Farish, happy Memorial Day. He always knows the right things to say, even on Memorial Day.
Appreciate you, Ed. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. You're my pal, and we won't throw in the towel.
That's it. Ed and Delran jumping in with a few rhymes this morning. I'm a sucker for a good rhyme, so there you go. Let's roll into some Massie clips here. Thomas Massie went on Meet the Press yesterday and melted down a little bit about, poor me. There were some AI ads that were running the campaign, and let's roll that clip first. Massie was mad about AI being used in advertisements. And for those of you watching on youtube.com/1210, please look at this ad and tell me what you see from this ad. Massie is mad. So this is first going to be Massie talking about the ad. Then we're going to play the ad. But let's play Massie's remarks about this. They used AI ads about me holding hands with Ilhan Omar. Roll it.
Its name on the ballot because he didn't even know I wasn't his congressman. That's how much they've bamboozled the people here in Kentucky. They used artificial intelligence to create a video, lifelike video, that showed me checking into a hotel room with AOC and Ilhan Omar and holding hands with them. It was actually very effective on the boomers. But here's the thing, Kristen, that's only going to work for a little bit longer. The boomers are going to, leave this country to the Gen X and the Gen Z and the Gen Y and the millennials, and those folks are the ones that I won overwhelmingly. That makes me really hopeful for this country. They don't get fooled by artificial intelligence, and they check the news. They get news sources like from podcasts and other sources. So they won this race by fooling my voters and expanding the base of people who vote to the uninformed voters. But look, I got 45% of the vote.
Okay. All right. First, let me unpack a couple of things that he said there. I won the Gen X and the Gen Y and the millennials. You're basically saying that he performed well with younger voters. Okay, and that may very well be true. But he didn't perform well enough. If you really appealed to the younger demographics, how come they didn't come out and vote for you enthusiastically? I mean, you won those groups, but they didn't outnumber the boomers, as you mentioned. Uninformed voters. These people get their news from podcasts. You see what I'm telling you? If you listen to the wrong podcast, you're just getting lied to. I make this post every day, as a matter of fact, on X. At Alex Jones. Alex Jones, buy my supplements and fight against the deep state. If you're looking for a fight, you came to the right place. Speaking of which, we have a very interesting fight club this morning. You listen to the wrong podcast. You're getting news that's just not true. What is it, 54 now today? I think it's 54 today since Alex Jones and Kyle Seraphin said that Kash Patel was being fired, quote unquote, today, April 2nd. Kash Patel's being fired today. It's May 25th. Kash Patel still hasn't been fired. See what I'm saying with Massie performing for an online audience? These people check the news on podcasts, and that's okay. I'm not saying to sit there and watch Fox or CNN or MSNBC or MS Now, whatever they call it, and just lap it up. That's not what I'm saying. But you see how Massie essentially says the people who voted for him do everything online. I'm telling you, it's not the way to run your campaign. He's mad that they used an artificial intelligence app or ad against him. Well, let's run this ad. Folks, youtube.com/1210. This is so funny. Watch this ad and look at the beginning of the ad. We may have to stop it in real time so we can highlight this. But let's play this ad that Thomas Massie was so upset with.
Thomas Massie caught in a throuple in Washington.
Stop it right there. What does it say at the bottom of the ad? This satirical ad was created with artificial intelligence. It says it. Play the whole ad. It says it on the bottom. Let's roll the ad.
Washington is cheating with the squad on the America First movement. Massie voted with the squad against Trump's tax cuts. Massie voted with the squad against finishing Trump's wall. He voted with them against hiring new border agents. Well, this is worse than adultery. It's a complete and total betrayal of President Trump and Kentucky conservatives. On May 19th, fire Thomas Massie, MAGA Kentucky.
Okay. I mean, I get it. It's a dirty ad. This is worse than adultery. Like, he didn't sleep with them. But he's saying they fooled the boomers with this ad, when at the beginning of the ad, it says this is a satirical ad created with artificial intelligence. Who's fooled by that? It's like if the Nigerian prince who calls you up and goes, "You have won the Nigerian lottery. I need your social security number," right? That's me trying to sound Nigerian. I don't do it very well. But that's like before you pick up the phone on a scam, you get a disclaimer. Boop. This is a scam from India. Like, what do you mean you're fooling? This is a disclosure on the ad itself. Now, I mentioned hypocrisy, right? That was just stupidity. Here is an AI ad that was run in Kentucky by a pro-Massie PAC that didn't have that disclosure. Let's roll this one.
These Trump traitors, they can't stand our president and can't help but let it show. Like Woke Eddie Galrine. Woke Eddie left the Republican Party after Trump won the GOP nomination in 2016. Take a look for yourself. And when did Woke Eddie change his registration back to the GOP? After Joe Biden was sworn in. Trump was in the foxhole, and Woke Eddie Galrine tucked his tail and ran. Kentucky Fourth PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Yeah, Kentucky Fourth PAC. First of all, that's a despicable ad because Ed Galrine was a Navy SEAL, served his country honorably. And to portray a guy, former SEAL Team 6, to portray a guy who served his country honorably as someone who deserted the country is disgusting. Number two, that ad was all generated by AI. There was not a single... Now, I don't think there are people who believe that Ed Galrine actually ran away from Donald Trump in a foxhole. Donald Trump never served in combat. We get that. But the point is, Massie went on Meet the Press. They ran an AI ad against me, and they fooled a bunch of boomers, and that's why I lost. Bro, you lost because you campaigned on things that were popular online that were not popular in your district. You've done nothing for your district in 14 years. You know, you made the race about a foreign country, not about Kentucky. You got involved with people who were awful for your campaign, and you were performing for a bunch of people who couldn't vote for you or bots. And now you're going to complain about an AI ad that the ad that he's complaining about had a disclaimer at the bottom, big disclaimer, satirical ad made by artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, I don't hear him talking about where's Thomas Massie talking about the ads that were run in favor of him. that were created with AI. Here he is. It's crickets. What a hypocrite. Now he says he's going to read the names of the Epstein, the redacted names in the Epstein files before he leaves the house. Whatever. Do it. Fine. Do it. Whatever. Transparency's cool. Whatever. Good. Just a joke. Total joke. All right. We got to take a break. We'll be back to wrap up hour 2 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Thoughts on Massie? 855-839-1210. Thoughts on, here's the question. I saw this in the YouTube chat. Are we being too patient with Iran? 855-839-1210. You can call in with that or anything else that's on your mind. Love to hear from you as we wrap up hour 2 on the other side of this break. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Sean Farish till 10 o'clock in the morning on this Memorial Day. We're back after this.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Shouldn't you expect more from your SUV? Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 with more space to fit every aspect of your life, more style inside and out, and more advanced tech features that put you in control. There's more to the Mazda CX-5 because there's more to you.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading for financing as low as 1.9% APR for up to 60 months on select models. Shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Ambutra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Ambutra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Ambutra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Ambutra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at ambutra.com. Ask your doctor about Ambutra for ATTR-CM.
I believe in you. Just 4 simple words, but to a child in need, they mean the world. I believe in you means you have potential. You are special. You matter. When you become a child sponsor with Save the Children, you're saying, I believe in you. You are smart. You're capable. You will overcome obstacles that most can't imagine. Your sponsorship says to a child, I believe that you deserve a successful start to life and a solid foundation to build upon. I believe you're worthy of good nutrition, quality healthcare, and the opportunity that education unlocks. Becoming a Save the Children sponsor sends a powerful message of support. It says, I am here for you, to lift you up, to cheer you on, and to celebrate your success. Because when you believe in a child, you empower them to believe in themselves. I believe in you. Just 4 simple words that can bring hope, that can change a life. Visit sponsor.savethechildren.org today and tell a child in need, I believe in you.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Gaida Door and Window. Gaida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Gaida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is 7:55 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish taking you all the way till 10 this morning as we wrap up hour 2. Well, halfway there. Living on a prayer. Well, John Bon Jovi, I knew him very well. Tremendous guy. He's not a nice guy anymore, though, Bon Jovi. Nasty person. 855-839-1210. What do you think sunk in for Thomas Massie? Listen, there was a lot of money that was spent against him. I get it. But I'll tell you, the candidate has to be appealing. And I'm fairly certain that his act was about as see-through as it gets. It fell apart on him. You know, there were these attempts to spin it. Oh, he votes with the Republicans 95% of the time. No. I know there's like a Liberty score or something out there. That's cool that you could, there's these different metrics and things. He voted with the Democrats, especially recently, around a quarter of the time. Okay? It's better than if a Democrat held the seat. And I said this on Wednesday morning after he had lost. At the end of the day, we have to keep the Democrats out of power. That's if we're looking at this the right way, we have to make sure that the Marxists, the socialists don't take over this country, right? And that's what the Democrat Party is. My wife and I were at dinner last night. There was a couple of screens on at the place we were at, and Bernie Sanders. She made me laugh. I almost choked on my food. Bernie Sanders was up. There was a rally in Maine. Bernie Sanders in favor of, I guess, this Graham Plattner guy. By the way, an actual looks like a Nazi tattoo, and he honks his hedgehog in public and all this. Like, he's a weird guy. Not a good candidate. I would be surprised if Susan Collins doesn't beat him. There's a lot of nasty stuff about this Graham Plattner. But Bernie Sanders was up there at a podium with this fight the oligarchy. Brennan goes, he's still fighting the oligarchy? We will fight the oligarchy. We got $15 an hour. Now we will get $45 an hour minimum wage. This is Bernie Sanders. Fight the oligarchy, right? 3 houses. I need one of these brave socialists that attend these rallies. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe if Bernie Sanders' little fight the oligarchy tour comes somewhere near Tennessee, maybe I'll go. And I'll go in like a blue and pink wig, to blend in to the crowd. And when he's talking, just go, you have 3 houses. You're the oligarchy, dude. Anyway, what row did you sit in on the American Airlines flight to fly? Oh, that's right. You fly private, $25,000 an hour private jet. That's right. But I said this on Wednesday morning after Thomas Massie lost, and I said, look, if he had won, I would have been the first person to come out and say, vote for him in the general. We're not giving the seat to Democrats, because I'd rather a guy who votes for the Democrats 25% of the time than give the seat to a person who votes for the Democrats 100% of the time, right? It's about wins and losses and who gives us our best chance to win. I'm no fan of Massie, but even I would admit that he's better than a radical left-wing Democrat. Fortunately, Kentucky 4 made the right decision and sent him home. And as I said, as an on-the-ground activist, from this perspective, I've seen what works in campaigns and what doesn't. When you're disconnected from the real world, when you're performing for an audience online, when you have a poor track record, if you're running as an incumbent in your district, if you're making the race about things outside of your district and jurisdiction versus what people want to hear, and you're getting involved with bad people in your campaign, you're going to lose. And that's exactly what happened to Thomas Massie. If you have thoughts on that, you want to, maybe debate a little bit about what did it for him, give us a call, 855-839-1210. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, kick off hour 3. Jackson Dart is in the news. We love it. A little bit of sports, especially over there with the New York Giants. Listen, I know you're not Giants fans out there in Philly. I'm not a Giants fan either. I'm a Jet fan. But what Jackson Dart did is pretty cool. Do not apologize. Sean Farish here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Here with you till 10. We'll kick off hour 3 when we come back after this.
This hour of Kayal & Company is sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyota and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships and look for the big American flag.
Make growing your savings part of your summer plans. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 8-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Or choose our 18-month option and earn 3.4% annual percentage yield. Explore all your options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
As Philly celebrates 250 years, it's a reminder that the businesses that last are the ones you can truly trust. That's why so many families rely on United Tire and Service. When it comes to your car, you deserve honesty, clear explanations, and no pressure. Just experienced mechanics who tell you what you need, what can wait, and get the job done right. With more of us keeping our cars longer than ever, having a team you trust really matters. Visit UnitedTire.com or your locally owned United Tire. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like daily prize match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life, so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st, and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Best part about Dr. Mike Veneria is that every person who goes there says the same thing. I have a beautiful smile thanks to Dr. Mike, and that's why other dentists and doctors send their patients to Dr. Mike Veneria. He's my family dentist. the Zioli Family Dentist. First discovered by Mama Zioli for our family, and Bridget went there for a beautiful smile upgrade last year. And when it comes to your smile, you go to the guy that the other doctors and dentists send their patients to for the complex stuff. That's what you should do. Get a free dental implant consultation. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care, it's about compassion. That's why he is the best of the best. For over 12 years, other dentists have sent their patients to him for that reason. 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and in Woodbury, right over the bridge. Great people. Your care, your health, your smile, that's his top priority. Make your appointment today. VeneriaDental.com. VeneriaDental.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
8:05 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Hour 3 starting right now. I'm hearing some folks on social media getting some feedback on X saying, hey, it's the first time I've ever listened to you on radio. I'm liking it. All right. Well, thank you. Anybody want to chime in? 855-839-1210. We don't bite. Well, we can't bite you over the phone. Phil may bite you, though. I'm just kidding. He won't. He's all right. Unless the Jets are doing what they do on Sunday mornings. Then we'll all bite. All of us Jet fans. Be another interesting year for the Jets, huh? Another one. Phil, what do you think? How many wins? Want to put a number on it right now? May 25th, 2026? What do you think? 6 wins, tops this year, Phil?
Yeah, somewhere in that 6 to 7 range, I think.
How many did we win last year?
3? 3, yeah.
3. Oh, wow. So that would be a 100% increase in our win total.
It would be.
Yeah. That's how they'll sell you on the plan, by the way. My dad's been saying that forever. He's like, if we go to a 6-win season, they're going to sell it as some sort of success story. Imagine how far your franchise must fall to go, 6-11 now because it's a 17-game season, and say, we're getting there. We're making progress. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Is what it is.
Yep.
It is what it is. All right. Speaking of football, the NFL, and a New York team, we're not going to talk about the Jets. We're not really going to talk about the Giants, but we are going to talk about a New York Giant, and that is their quarterback, Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart introduced Donald Trump at a rally in New York. Trump was rallying, I think, in Rockland County in favor of, listen, Mike Lawler, not a fan, but I know what Trump is doing. As we said about Thomas Massie, Thomas Massie is far from perfect. Mike Lawler also far from perfect. By the way, there's no such thing as a perfect representative, so there you go. Donald Trump is far from perfect, right? Because there is no such thing as a perfect person. It's not me taking a shot. Oh, you're taking a shot at the president. No, he's not perfect. Nobody is. I'm not. You're not. Nobody is. Okay. But Trump was up in Rockland County, and he was rallying for Mike Lawler, who, some days I agree with him, some days I don't. I hate this push for what's called the Dignity Act, which is amnesty. But I understand, where he is coming from. Not that I think his arguments have any merit, but he's in a purple district. So he's trying to appeal to purple people. I get it. Okay? I get it. Look, again, at least what I'll say about a guy like a Mike Lawler, for example. I don't like him. I think I'm not a fan. But what I will say, he's in a purple district, and he's speaking to the issues that the purple district, that they are aligned with. So Lawler is in tune with the way his purple district feels, and has taken a stance on this Dignity Act legislation, which is amnesty, as a result of it. At least he's doing what his district is asking him to do. Thomas Massie didn't do that. Okay? Thomas Massie was doing what the internet asked him to do. There's a difference. Now, I'm not a fan of Mike Lawler. I'm not trying to tell you that this guy's he's some sort of bastion of conservatism. But I've said the same thing about, for example, I've said the same thing about Susan Collins in Maine. Maine is a purple at best state, okay? Look at the way it votes in presidential elections. Purple at best. But she's a senator, member of the Republican Party, but she's representing a purple at best state. So she is a purple senator. She's not a hardline conservative, and she shouldn't be, because that's not what her constituents want her to be. Now, contrast that with somebody like a John Thune or a Mike Rounds of South Dakota, or a Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, or a John Cornyn who's about to lose his seat tomorrow in Texas. They don't have an excuse. Lisa Murkowski has no excuse to be the way she is in the Senate. None. There are more polar bears in Alaska than Democrats. There are more Bigfoot sightings in Alaska than Democrats. And there's a lot of Bigfoot sightings in Alaska, by the way. There was like 5 of them like a couple of weeks ago in Ohio, I think. I think Bigfoot was out campaigning for Vivek Ramaswamy. He was knocking on doors. We started by talking about Jackson Dart. Now we're talking about Bigfoot. That's just the way my head's been this morning. Jackson Dart introduced Donald Trump at a rally in Rockland County. He was there for Mike Lawler. That's how we got on this conversation. And Abdul Carter, one of his teammates, called hing out on social media. What are we doing? Why would you do this? Okay. All right. We're going to go, should we go Candace mode? Let's go Candace mode.
I'm just asking questions.
Did Abdul Carter have any thoughts on Colin Kaepernick by chance? When Colin Kaepernick decided he was going to disrespect our national anthem, and Colin Kaepernick was going to wear socks that depicted police officers as pigs, and Colin Kaepernick was, turning his whole football career into a social justice activism campaign, which, listen, free speech. I'm not telling you he can't do it. I'm telling you he shouldn't have done it, because he was at that point in time in the back nine of his career, and teams didn't want to have a distraction on their roster. You don't want your backup quarterback, just like Tim Tebow, you don't want your backup quarterback being a topic of conversation. And at that point, Kaepernick wasn't going to be a starter. Anyway, Jackson Dart, 23-year-old from Utah, took the stage in Suffern, New York on Friday, where he said to the crowd, "Big Blue Nation, it is a pleasure to be here. I got to start this off with Go Big Blue." He led the crowd in a chant for a few moments before introducing Donald Trump. What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Dart said. Trump and Dart shook hands before they parted ways. Abdul Carter said, "Thought this sugar honey iced tea was AI. What are we doing?" Reposting the video. Unbelievable. So you can't. So here's the thing. So you have a 23-year-old who has the opportunity to introduce a sitting president of the United States, who I would imagine he supports. Okay, he's supposed to say no because Abdul Carter's mad. He's supposed to say no. All right. Okay. Where was this criticism of Colin Kaepernick when he was making a mockery of the national anthem? Where was it? Sports media went wild with this. Oh, the Jackson Dart's career is over. What? I'll tell you what. Concussions will end Jackson Dart's career before him introducing Trump at a rally will. Jackson Dart plays with a little bit of reckless abandon. Him and Cam Scatterbo have that in common. Jackson Dart's career is... Your career's about to end, guy. This is not what you're supposed to be doing. So when Dart introduces a sitting president, it's a problem. But when Colin Kaepernick is out there kneeling during the national anthem and depicting law enforcement officers as pigs, that's not a problem? I'm supposed to take this seriously? I made a post on social media a couple days ago. I screenshot it. I posted it on my Instagram channel and all of those things too. Because I'm tired of this double standard. I really am. I'm getting annoyed with, with with certain things are allowed and certain things aren't allowed. And listen, both sides do it. I understand. It's not unique to one side of this whole thing. But when I have to see, people flipping out that a quarterback of a football team who, by the way, that you think it's, if Abdul Carter thinks Jackson Dart's bad, wait till he finds out who his head coach voted for, John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh and Trump are friends. Jackson Dart introduces Trump, the sitting president of the United States, at a rally, and the world is on fire because when Colin Kaepernick disrespected our national anthem and wore socks that depicted cops as pigs, it was, quote unquote, stunning and brave. Yeah. If you're hyperventilating over Jackson Dart, you're doing the Pearl game, you're doing this,
I can't believe he would introduce Trump. What, does he want to end his career or something? Unbelievable!
Yeah. You dropped these. You dropped your pearls. And you dropped this big, beautiful middle finger that I pulled out of my pocket for you. Are you kidding me? With Jackson Dart, with these conversations that we're having now. It's just unbelievable. People proclaiming his career is over. People acting like, see, Robbie Starbuck owned Abdul Carter in his reply. Said, "You're about to find out that he's the franchise and you're not. Also, your new coach voted for Trump too. Grow up and get over it. If you voted for Kamala, who wants our tax dollars to pay for weirdos' sex change surgeries, that's your business, bro. But not everyone is dumb," Robbie Starbuck said. Ex-user Michael Rose said in response, "You're not going to believe this, but it's possible to have different political opinions and coexist with each other, like normal, respectful, well-adjusted Americans." This is the issue with the left, okay? There is no diversity. All we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion. There is no diversity on that side of the aisle. There's no diversity of thought. For all the accusations that, MAGA's a cult, and MAGA doesn't welcome, what are you talking about? There are like 5 or 6 different factions of MAGA. There's the blind worshiping people, and I don't like that. I think that's ridiculous. Everything is 5D chess, and the trust the plan. I don't like that either. Then there's the folks who lean more towards war. They like Trump's agenda, but they want more war. Then there's there's like the isolationist wing of MAGA where we don't want to get involved with anybody's issues. Like there are many different thought, schools of thought within this larger movement that we refer to as MAGA. For everyone who calls it a cult, I really, are there people who treat it that way? On an individual basis? Sure. I bumped into a few of them at Trump rallies. I got to be honest. There was one dude in Ohio, had a parrot on his shoulder and was shocked that he couldn't get into the rally. I was like, it might be because the bird thing. He's like, no, they let me in before. Okay. Probably shouldn't have, but okay. Tried to invite us to his cult meetings in Louisiana with some guy named Negative 48. Okay. Yeah. Weirdo. The cuckoo's coming out of the cuckoo clock. The bird was cool, though. I forgot the bird's name. Yeah, there are people in the movement who treat it like a religion. That's a little much. It's politics. It's important. It doesn't need to be your, it doesn't need to be what your North Star that you live every day of your life in accordance with, MAGA. Okay. But when you look at the Democrat Party and you look at, the lack of diversity of thought, the lack of tolerance of other opinions. We talk about tolerance, acceptance, all these are the buzzwords. The Democrats coexist. They have freaking bumper stickers that say coexist. And then you have a young man, 23 years old, plays football, introduces the president in a rally, and one of his teammates is like, "What are we doing, bro?" What do you mean, what are you doing? So he thinks differently than you. You're gonna rip him to shreds? You guys play on the same team. If I was the Giants, I'd get rid of Abdul Carter. Not because of his politics, because of how quick he was to throw his teammate under the bus. Right? I wouldn't say, oh, you're not MAGA, you can't play for my football team. I would say you're clearly not a team player. You're letting politics divide the locker room. You got people saying Jackson Dart shouldn't have done it because Donald Trump's a divisive figure, and this is going to cause issues in the locker room, and this is going to make him unattractive. I got news for you. In the NFL, all right, in the NFL, if you could play, you'll have a job somewhere. That's it. I mean, look at Mike Vick, for example. Eagles fans out here in Philly, you guys know all about it. Mike Vick, you guys know all about it. Guy went to jail, did his time, the dogs, the whole 9 yards. He played in the league after that. Dante Stallworth, same deal. Killed somebody behind the wheel of a car. Ray Lewis, all the situations that he was in. And so on and so forth. Matter of fact, here's a good post from Libs of Chicago. He made a satirical post. Career suicide for Jackson Dart. He had so many more options, but he chose to go down this path, introducing President Trump at an event. He could have strangled his personal chef like Stephon Diggs or a family member, Xavier Worthy, Zay Jones, and Drew Ogletree. DUI was an option, Jordan Addison. Assaulting someone after a car accident, Rashee Rice. He could have assaulted a woman who was pregnant with his child like Von Miller. USA Today actually has a database of NFL player arrests since 2000. For example, Marshawn Lattimore, cornerback for the Washington Redskins. And yes, I still call them the Redskins. Lattimore was a passenger in a car pulled over in Lakewood, Ohio, accused of improperly handling a gun. Stephon Diggs, accused of smacking and putting hands around the neck of a personal chef dispute near Boston. Jimmy Ward, Houston, accused of violating terms of release from his June arrest by drinking alcohol. Quinshon Judkins of Cleveland, running back, accused of hitting a woman while leaving the Fort Lauderdale airport July 7th. That case was dropped by prosecutors. But the point is, you see them hyperventilating over Jackson Dart, but you don't see them hyperventilating over, the NFL used to be National Felon League. The double standard is just so glaring. It's ridiculous. So he introduced the president. So what? I mean, you just heard me, a couple of segments ago talking about Jason Mraz. Him and I probably couldn't have different politics. I love his music. He's great at what he does. There are actors I feel the same way about as well. Musicians, athletes, I don't care which way they vote. I mean, come election time, I do. But if you're a good baseball player, but you voted for the other guy, fine, hit home runs. Hit ball with bat.
Yeah, but it doesn't work that way, Sean. It doesn't work that way.
Of course not.
So you can't have that.
You can't, because on the left, there is no tolerance. There is no acceptance. There is no coexist. They don't live by their bumper stickers. They're a bunch of hypocrites. And it drives me nuts. So Jackson Dart just, he introduced, it's not like he campaigned for him. He introduced the president on stage. And they're like, oh, how dare he do that? It's a sitting president of the United States. When's he ever going to get that opportunity again?
Exactly. If you had a chance to go meet Joe Biden or Barack Obama, you would take it, because an opportunity like that does not come very often. It's like at this radio station. Some people have had the opportunity to go to the White House, interview the president, and though it's not exactly the president that you want, it's an opportunity you cannot pass up. It will never come again in your lifetime. It's something you'll be talking about forever.
Exactly.
But the problem is these artists and these actors, they just can't get it. Just entertain. That's all you have to do is entertain. It's like Springsteen. Right. All you have to do is entertain for 3 hours right now. I don't care what your politics are, okay? Just entertain people. You can bash Trump all you want when you're off stage, but when you're on that stage and somebody is paying close to $500 to see you, they don't want to hear that nonsense. They just don't. Just go away.
It's not even to the point where I think these people shouldn't be speaking. Like you
No.
could, but, if you're music, say what you want. But the thing is, like, your job is not to lecture people on politics. Okay,
Exactly.
your job is to entertain. If you're an NFL player, Jackson Dart, his job is to play quarterback for the New York Giants. His job is not to introduce the president of the United States. However, that doesn't mean he can't do that.
No.
He's not being paid to introduce Trump, but he did it because Trump's in New York. He obviously supports him. It's a cool opportunity. Fine.
Exactly.
And if Abdul Carter of the New York Giants wanted to introduce Joe Biden at a rally, I'm sure people would be, oh, what is this? Leave politics out of sport.
What?
My point here is Colin Kaepernick pulled his crap on the field, right? Like on the sideline. But like teams were on the field. He was in uniform, all right? On team time. And nobody, it was stunning and brave when Kaepernick made political statements, all right? But it's apparently, a career-ending move for Jackson Dart to do this with Donald Trump. The hypocrisy just reeks.
Well,
it reeks.
That's Hollywood for you. They're so deranged by Donald Trump at this point. I mean, even back in the 80s, sure, a lot of Hollywood actors and musicians, they probably didn't like Reagan, but they knew how to act at the same time. They kind of kept it on an even playing field. It's like, okay, yeah, I know I'm not exactly crazy about Reagan, or I'm not exactly crazy about this, but I still got to do this movie, and people are expecting me to entertain, and they don't want to hear this. Today, it's a whole different story. They just need to throw it in your face, and who cares?
It's too much.
But you see, it's like Dom Giordano says this all the time. The NFL is like crack cocaine. People are going to watch it no matter what. And you hear all 100%. these people saying, I'm never going to watch the NFL again. I'm done with the NFL. And 2 minutes later, they're right there and they're back watching it because you just can't avoid it. But yeah, just entertain people. That's all you have to do is entertain people.
Football is my favorite sport, right? So I went through a period of time where I watched a little bit less. I turned off I didn't watch Super Bowl one year because they canceled an ad for veterans. Fine.
Right.
But the NFL, we have to come to grips with reality. The NFL is not going anywhere. Now, we can push it in a different direction, but it's not going anywhere. It is. And why? Because you got to think, right? So I'm a capitalist. I believe things should survive on their merits. Find me a better product. Right? Not a different sport that's better. You could say, hockey is better. So watch hockey. I watch hockey. I love hockey. The NHL playoffs this year have been phenomenal. And the NHL's ratings are up this year during the playoffs. I think due in large part to the Olympics, right? And bringing people back to the sport. Fine. But people will say, I'm boycotting the NFL. I said, well, I wish I could do that, but I can't find football anywhere. I love the sport, and that's the sport played at the highest level. So I'm going to watch it because they have earned my attention. I like the sport, and it's my favorite sport. And if you can find me a better product, a better place to watch the sport played at either a higher level or whatever it might be, then yeah, maybe I'll entertain the idea of a permanent boycott. But the fact of the matter is that doesn't exist and will never exist.
No.
Okay. But we also don't need the lectures. And unfortunately, the lectures are coming from one side here. All right. And it's just that Jackson Dart story where I saw everyone melting down and I was like, oh, really? Okay. Because it was Cricket City. Colin Kaepernick was kneeling and it was this all day long. The crickets were going off. It was stunning and brave. Oh, what a great move. What an inspiration. Civil rights icon making political statements on the field. Okay. Again. And he wasn't good enough to hold a job in the NFL. Oh, he got blackballed. He did this. You want to know who's being blackballed right now? It's Trevor Bauer, who had his entire major league career shut down over fraudulent allegations. One of his accusers was actually prosecuted and found guilty for extortion or fraud, one of those things. So it's a one-sided issue. It's a two-tier. There's a lot of hypocrisy going on here with the Jackson Dart story. I think if I wasn't a Jets fan, I'd buy his jersey. and send a message that way. But I think people are starting to, because you mentioned they throw it in your face, right?
Oh yeah,
These musicians,
all the time.
They throw it in your face. But and it's one thing to have a view. It's one thing. No one's saying if you're a musician you can't talk about politics.
No.
But when you start lecturing, when you start forcing it down people's throats, that's when people are going to say, just go back to singing songs.
Exactly.
Well,
that's
go back to singing songs.
That's the issue. And I grew up in an area where people are diehard Springsteen fans. Their whole life was a beer, batteries, and a Bruce tape. And they were set for the weekend, and they're all diehard fans. And they're the first ones to sit there and tell you, yeah, we love Bruce, we'll go see his concert, but when it comes to politics, yeah, he's just way off, and all that's fine, but we just don't want to hear it. Or I had one friend say, well, look at it this way. When he's up there ranting and raving, it's a good chance to go to the bathroom and grab a beer and come back, and hopefully he's over with it. Because he just gets into those long, and this guy came in and fixed my phone, and he's a big Bruce fan, said he can't come to my show because he can't afford tickets because of Donald Trump. No, he can't afford tickets because your tickets are $500 a piece, and they're impossible to get.
I find that interesting, too, that these folks that, Bruce supports these leftists who think billionaires shouldn't exist. And it's affordability. And all right, well, how about we do this? How about we take Beyonce, Bruce Springsteen, and Taylor Swift and force them to make their concerts more affordable? As a matter of fact, everyone, because tickets are racist and, barriers to entry are racist and prices and all this, everyone who wants to go see a Bruce Springsteen concert should be allowed to go for free, and he has to play and donate his time. Does that sound fair? Wouldn't be fair to Bruce. Wouldn't be fair to Taylor. Wouldn't be fair to Beyonce. But they have all this money; they can afford it, right? According to the left.
Well, here's the thing. In Taylor Swift's own defense, I think she would do it because I think Taylor Swift is at that point where she has said, "Hey, look, I don't want to talk about this in concert. There's a lot of moms who come here, a lot of them bring their daughters, and it's just not the place." Hopefully, she's stuck to that, but I doubt it. But she has said, no, I've made my opinions opinions clear about Donald Trump, but I don't want to do it on stage because it's not the place. And she knows.
That's the right way you should do it. You want to post on Instagram about politics off the stage and make your political points.
That's fine. Same with Robert De Niro. He could say whatever he wants. If you want to sit there and hold your phone up and start cursing and yelling at Trump Tower, fine. As long as you do a movie that people want to see, that's all we're asking.
That's it.
I have no desire. Speaking of movies, for some reason, I just have no interest in seeing the Star Wars movie that's out.
Well,
now.
I'm actually glad you brought that up, Jimmy, because we're going to get to that on the other side of the break. Actually, I have it all queued up. This because I'm a huge. You guys, everyone knows.
Oh yeah.
Right? Look at this. I got my lightsaber. It's always next to me. All right? This is it. All right? It's my favorite. I am a diehard Star Wars fan. 1979, die-cast Star Destroyer. This thing's original. I have it all. Listen, I'm a diehard Star Wars fan. I shed a tear every time I see Disney's doing something new to this franchise. It has been a complete and total disaster.
Killing this franchise.
And this Mandalorian and Grogu movie is tanking in the box office. I'm not going to see it. I have no interest in seeing it. And we'll talk about what they're doing to the franchise on the other side of the break. 855-839, if there are any force-wielding Star Wars fans who want to chime in on what's going on here, because there's another side of the Star Wars universe that's not Disney that's actually doing very well. And I don't know if people know about it. There's some mixed feelings about it, but there's some pretty cool Star Wars stuff that's coming out that's not Disney, but it is awesome. So we're going to talk about that on the other side of the break. 855-839-1210. Listen, I'm not expecting any Philadelphia fans to call in and say Jackson Dart did a good thing, because you guys are, that's a rivalry, and I understand. By the way, on my board, I have a clip straight from Philly. There it is. There's the official language of Philadelphia. Every baby born in Philly, that's their first word is boo. 855-829-1210. Sean Farage filling in on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT till 10 o'clock. We're talking Star Wars and the new movie that Disney's put out, tanking at the box office. All that and more right after this.
Now we're moving into summer, and it's time we find out how brutal the winter weather was to our home. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're looking for a contractor that can help you with repairs during this time, or maybe you want to get a jump on those renovations, go with my guys, Emmons. They deliver protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons has always been my go-to contractor for over 10 years in 2 different homes. And they even just remodeled our kids' bathroom. Plus, you're going to get American-made products, American-made roofing products to lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, siding that elevates and insulates your home, and made in America, windows and doors that blend style and performance, made in America. Emmons has you covered every step of the way. So go to emmonsroofing.com, upgrade your home with confidence, make sure you tell them I sent you, and always go with the company that I go with because I trust them and they've delivered for me each and every time in 2 different homes. That's Emmons Roofing, emmonsroofing.com.
Memorial Day is a special day and a sacred day in America when we remember those who died while serving in our country's armed forces. I'm Joanne Small-Canella of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. On behalf of my co-host Tracy Stillman and the entire Crash Proof Retirement team, we join all Americans this weekend in paying tribute and honoring those men and women of the United States military who demonstrated extreme bravery and valor in making the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedom. On this Memorial Day weekend, we ask that you take a moment and remember those fallen soldiers who showed us the courage needed to persevere in the face of overwhelming obstacles. America is great today because of their fearlessness and their selflessness. All Americans should be unified today in our thanks, our respect, and our admiration. Be safe this weekend, and God bless America.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Ambutra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Ambutra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Ambutra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Ambutra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at ambutra.com. Ask your doctor about Ambutra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Hose. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethose.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not 1, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
What
8:40.
Who'd have thought Darth Vader was Luke Skywalker's father?
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! 8:40 here on this Memorial Day Monday morning. Sean Farish on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are going to talk Star Wars, guys and gals. Got to do it. I don't know how many people want that right now, but that's all right. Listen, there's a new movie coming out a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Star Wars was a respectable franchise, and then Disney ruined it. Well, I don't want to say ruined, because nothing will ever ruin the original trilogy, and frankly, really the prequels, namely Episode 3. Attack of the Clones to me was like, nah.
Oh, you didn't like Attack of the Clones?
The Phantom Menace I did like because you got Maul, and then actually, to their credit, what Star Wars did with that character, where he didn't actually die, it was pretty cool. But I wasn't into Attack of the Clones too much.
No, I wasn't either. I'm just trying to be funny here. I thought Attack of the Clones was horrible. I mean, there was a guy here, I'll never forget this. There was a guy I used to work with, and he said, well, Attack of the Clones, Anakin Skywalker, that's all he does is cry throughout the whole movie. And I went home, and it just happened to be on one of the cable channels that night. And I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm like, wow, you know what? Pete's right. This guy, that's all he does is cry throughout the whole movie. They put me in the Jedi Master, and I killed them all, and all this other nonsense. But Episode 3 kind of did make up for it. So
Episode 3, I think, was, I think Episode 3 was phenomenal.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Some of the writing, like the dialogue, was kind of crappy. They find out that Palpatine is the Sith Lord. And Anakin tells Mace Windu, Sam Jackson, I think Chancellor Palpatine's the Sith Lord we've been looking for. And the response is just, a Sith Lord? Or like Anakin does what he does and betrays the Jedi Order. And, it's Hayden in tears. What have I done? Like, come on.
Exactly. We all knew Palpatine was the Sith Lord in the first movie. It's kind of like if you watch Rocky, and it took, 5 movies to find out that Rocky had brain damage. We kind of knew that in the first movie, so.
Pretty sure we kind of figured that one out.
Yeah.
But, what the original trilogy, episodes 4, 5, and 6, the storytelling, I think, was tremendous. The special effects were ahead of their time. I don't like Mark Hamill. I don't like Harrison Ford's politics, but we just got done talking about this last segment, right? That they did a great job in the movies, right? I mean, Han Solo is one of the funny. He's a space pirate. It's a great character. He nailed it. Of
course. I mean, this is one of the greatest lines ever.
Take the professor in the back and plug him into the hyperdrive.
No, I was watching Empire Strikes Back yesterday. I remember that line. It's just great. It's so funny. But this new Disney movie, this Mandalorian and Grogu. Now, what Mandalorian was a series. I watched the first season. It was pretty good. I didn't watch the rest of it because it wasn't like connected too much to the original Star Wars stories. And I am someone who loves like the lore, the canon, all of the stuff that you don't see in Episode 4, 5, and 6. That's why I loved Rogue One. I think, of all the crap I'll give Disney, they nailed Rogue One. Rogue One, I think, and some people are like, Rogue One was terrible. I'm like, I don't know what you're looking at. Rogue One, to me, was one of the best Star Wars movies ever made, in my opinion.
Yeah, you and Phil was definitely on the same page on that one.
You like it?
Yeah, Phil really liked it. He was saying that he really liked it, right?
Rogue One?
Yeah.
Are you being tongue in cheek?
No, I'm not. No, he was telling.
I thought Rogue One was good.
You were about to get Phil on there going, that movie sucked.
No. Rogue One was good.
Yeah,
Rogue One was good. I thought, and I remember sitting in the theater watching it, and that final scene of Vader in the hallway where he just like basically butchers everybody. I was like, oh my God, I was giggling, and I was like a child in a candy store. Yeah. It was insane. Now, what Disney's done to the franchise has been ridiculous. There's been a lot of, woke elements added in and all this. Just it's not vintage Star Wars. And look, nothing's ever going to completely capture the essence of the original trilogy. So to measure it against those movies, I think, is unfair for anybody, no matter who's running it. When 7, 8, and 9 came out, there's no doubt that The Force Awakens with J.J. Abrams, that was an Episode 4 reboot. That's exactly what it was. It was a New Hope. It was a bigger Death Star, the planet, Star Killer based online. But you could at least go somewhere with that. The Rian Johnson Last Jedi, that movie, went all over the place, and Luke was drinking blue milk, and he was like a sissy recluse. They were trying to turn him into like the new Yoda, hiding out on some. And I was like, this just isn't right. But I don't know if you guys have seen this. Whether, Phil, Jimmy, anybody listening, if you're on YouTube, there are these YouTube channels now that are putting out these like AI created Star Wars.
Yeah, these are really
videos.
good. Some of these
you
are
like
really
these,
good.
right?
Yeah, they're really good.
So like the two that I watch a lot are Skywalker Stories and Star Wars Tales Untold. And they are giving us, the Star Wars fans, what we wanted Disney to give us. Like little short 8-minute videos of Vader visiting Padme's tomb and being haunted by all the... And I'm like, this is... And it's... Look, some of the dialogue and stuff isn't great, and some of the AI isn't great, and it's like, oh, really? You like this? Well, because look at what else we've gotten. It's been garbage. So, like, you're giving me what I want. You're giving me, like, the turmoil that Vader was dealing with when he's in the suit, and all these specifics of day to day, and this is what it was like right after Revenge of the Sith, and this, and I'm like, I'm all about. My wife thinks I'm crazy. She's like, "Are you watching that AI Star Wars stuff again?" I'm like, "Yeah. It's so good,
It's really good.
blowing Disney out of the water."
There's one where they actually show you what happened at the Jedi Temple when Anakin came in there. This is before he killed the younglings, and it's really dark, but it's really good. I mean, it's very disturbing, but it's very good too as well.
Yeah, but that's the point, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what we wanted.
Yeah.
Not that I want to see disturbing content, but I want that storytelling.
Yeah, storytelling.
I want to
really
understand the conflict, right? You watch Return of the Jedi, and you see Luke talking to Vader on Endor and saying, "I feel the conflict within you," and Vader, "There is no conflict," but there was. And so like you're seeing it in these AI shorts and these adaptations. There's another great account. He doesn't use the AI, but he's been doing this for a while. His name's Star Wars Theory. And I think he's a Canadian. But he's been very critical of the direction that Disney has gone in. And they've tried to shut him down on YouTube and all this. He used to write all these fan fictions and all this type of stuff. And that's the type of stuff that the OG Star Wars fans want. We want more than what Disney's given us. And by the way, these guys on YouTube, I mean, they're spending money, but they're not spending millions of dollars on this AI stuff.
No.
And it's free for us to watch.
Yeah.
We don't even have to pay to see it.
They're spending less money putting out a better product, is basically what's happening. Because Disney Channel just came out with all these Star Wars series, and I think that they overdid it. It's sort of like Paramount in the same respect. They overdid it with Star Trek. The same thing. A lot of Star Trek series are out now, and it's just all woke, and it's all politically correct. And some of the Disney series are really good. Like if you watch the first season of Kenobi's really good.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah,
I gotta
there's
be
an
honest. Animated
series, I think Freddie Prinze Jr. does the voice. It's called Star Wars Rebels. That's really good.
I watched that. So there's there was the Star Wars Clone Wars animated series, which everyone used to tell me to watch, and I was like, I'm not watching a cartoon. Like I'm 20-something years old at this time. And you're like, if you like Star Wars, you got to watch it.
Yeah.
And so I watched it, and I was like, okay, this makes up for Attack of the Clones. Like, this is what Attack of the Clones should have been, right? It was like with Ahsoka and all these, all these different elements, and you see Anakin, he goes to that planet, I forgot what the name of that planet was, where he, like, meets the father and the son and all the Force elements on there. It was really cool. And Rebels, that was Dave Filoni, I think, was in charge of those, and he's been great. This Kathleen Kennedy lady has completely, she just took Star Wars and wiped the rear end with it.
Really?
I mean, it's just awful.
What's the one series there's a lot of people that are dissing the Acrolite. I guess I've never seen it, but I haven't heard of one.
Acrolite is a disaster.
I haven't heard one good review about the Acrolite. I think Zioli was saying how bad this thing really was.
It's bad.
Is it really?
It's bad. Yeah.
Book of Boba Fett's really good.
I didn't see that.
That's
I haven't watched Solo because I'm not one of these guys. I can't yet accept somebody else playing Han Solo on my screen if it's not Harrison Ford. And I don't like Harrison Ford's politics, but I've been told Solo's good.
Yeah, Solo wasn't bad.
I was told Boba was good. Boba Fett. I heard the new Darth Maul series, this Shadow Lord or something.
Yeah,
I heard that's pretty good. But this Mandalorian and Grogu apparently is on track to post the lowest opening weekend for a Disney-era movie in the history of the Star Wars franchise. It's the first Star Wars theatrical release in 7 years. Heading into this weekend, the movie earned roughly $33 million on Friday in North America and is projected to bring in between $80 million to $100 million over the holiday weekend. The high end of those projections would place the film near the 2018 opening of Solo, A Star Wars Story, which also opened on Memorial Day.
Wow.
This Solo was seen as a major disappointment for the studio. So, Mandalorian and Grogu, vastly underperforming expectations right now.
That's a far cry from standing out in line as a 7-year-old kid waiting to get into a movie theater to see Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember when that first came out, how big that really was. I was 7 years old. And when that first came out, that was all over the place. And then you knew when you saw it that there was going to be a sequel because Vader escaped. And then they put Empire out. And Empire came out at a time when sequels were just not doing really well because there was a disappointment with Jaws 2, which happened to be on yesterday, by the way. And nobody knew what the sequel was going to be about. And the sequel came out, Empire Strikes Back, and it was a little darker. The storyline was really good. It was a lot better than the first one.
Yeah, well, Empire Strikes Back is an incredibly dark movie.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no happy ending.
No.
You know, like Luke survives, but like there's no happy ending. Han's in the carbonite. Luke lost his arm. You know,
what is thy bidding, my master? I am your father.
And that scene just changed the whole... That just... had a theater just like drop. You could hear a pin drop in the theater when you heard
I am your father.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Yeah.
Like it's one of the most iconic movie reveals in the history of American cinema, right?
Yeah.
Like Vader is Luke's father. You know, you get to this point too in that when you really dive into like the lore. And that now, like, we understand the conflict between Anakin and Darth Vader and all this whole, like, he is Anakin, but he's not. Like, Obi-Wan describes it to Luke as Darth Vader killed and murdered your father, right? Like, he replaced Anakin Skywalker. But then when you look at it this way, and now this is me going completely geeking out, when Darth Vader says to Luke Skywalker, I am your father, he is Anakin at that point, right? Yeah. Anakin Skywalker is Luke Skywalker's father, not Darth Vader, technically, if we're doing the two-personality thing. And that was the beginning of Vader or Anakin's return from the dark side.
Right.
And it's so cool. I don't know. I love it. I love the storytelling.
Absolutely.
Empire was a great movie, and it has really grown on me. But it's a dark movie. I mean, the rebellion gets its butt kicked the whole movie.
Yeah.
You know, they get ran off a Hoth. You know, the Millennium Falcon is on the asteroid for a while, nearly gets eaten by that thing. Jabba winds up getting Han Solo towards the end of the movie. Boba Fett takes him out in the carbonite. Luke loses his arm. Yeah. Vader looks stronger than ever. You know, the Emperor is, you finally see him, and they look unstoppable. So it's like, it's a dark movie, but it was great. And it is arguably the best movie that they've made.
And you got that really ticked off Vader.
You have failed me for the last time.
That whole...
Asteroids don't concern me, Admiral.
Yeah, he just seemed very angry in that second movie. He was just ready for anything at that point.
Yeah, him and, I'm altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. Right. That's the way Donald Trump should handle Iran. Right. Just go in there like Darth Vader. I'm altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. Right? That's what I would do if I was President Trump. That's how I'd handle Iran. This Mandalorian and Grogu movies is par for the course, though, for Disney. So anyway, I don't know how many people were tuning in for Star Wars content this morning.
I'm sure people are tuning in for this. This is a show that can go from one point to another. It's not going to just be about, well, let's just talk Iran for 4 hours a day. You can go listen to that. I didn't even want to
talk about Iran for 1 hour. I'm tired of Iran.
You can go listen to that on some other station. But here we kind of go from one point to another. And if Greg were here, he'd be saying the same thing, that Empire is probably one of the greatest movies ever. This new one just looks horrible.
Yeah, and to tie it into the political cultural scene, Disney and what they did to Star Wars, is the whole go woke, go broke mentality, right? The minute you start watering down what made your brand great, is the minute your brand stops being great. And unfortunately for Star Wars, and it hurts me to say this, I'm staring. I've got stuff on my wall: Empire Strikes, New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. I've got I love Star Wars. If it's on, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
If it's one of the original trilogies, or if it's Episode 3. I'm watching it. If it's the new stuff, I'm probably not. What they did to the franchise really bothers me. So I'm all about these new AI videos on YouTube and all these creators that are putting out this new type of stuff. I think it's great. Anyway.
Yeah, it really is good.
I think it is. But all right. Here we go. So I don't know how many people were listening, tuning in, listening, thinking they were going to get Star Wars this morning, but you got what? Give me a break. Give us a break. You got 20, 30 minutes of it. It's going to break up the day. It's better than, like Jimmy said, it's better than going, well, I don't know, Iran deal, nuclear weapons, Israel, all
Newt Gingrich coming up right now. Greg Jarrett's going to join us again, and we're going to talk about Hillary Clinton and her emails and her, broken bleach bit hard drives or whatever. Yeah, we'll get right to that, okay?
All right, well, we do have Fight Club coming up still this weekend. My gosh, listen to me. I'm still in weekend mode. We do have Fight Club coming up today in just a few minutes, so we're going to get to that. I found a fight online, and very interesting. I would say maybe it's not as much of a fight, so to say. I mean, it's a fight, but it's dominant on one side. So we didn't want to leave anybody without our favorite / most controversial segment of the show. So we will have Fight Club. Kyle Busch, his cause of death was revealed. A very emotional day in racing yesterday. As I'd mentioned on Friday morning, I'd kind of heard rumors of what the cause of death was. Turns out that those rumors were pretty much true. Very, very sad day. We will get back into some more politics too. The FCC, Greg's favorite organization, is asking the public for help with The View and whether they should be considered a bona fide news show. So that's pretty funny. As I mentioned, Fight Club and Spencer Pratt. We got to talk Spencer Pratt because this guy he's doing the opposite of what Thomas Massie did. Listening to his people, listening to and having an accurate pulse of what the real world in Los Angeles is saying, and he's resonating with folks. And I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to be a hopium dealer and tell you that Spencer Pratt's going to be the next mayor of Los Angeles, because I don't think those odds are good. But what I will say is he's got the best chance of anyone running as a non-Democrat. And the reason I say that is because he's not running under a party. He's got the best chance of anybody running as a non-Democrat in Los Angeles that I think anybody has had in the last couple of decades, to be completely honest. Also, a very bizarre story out of Princeton, New Jersey. I don't know if, Jimmy, you heard about the schizophrenic cannibal, but it's a very, very weird story turned up there in Princeton, New Jersey. So we're going to have all that and more. Any of your thoughts on Iran, Thomas Massie, Spencer Pratt, Star Wars, 855-839-1210, as we take you all the way till 10 o'clock this morning on this Memorial Day morning. By the way, I cannot wait to see everybody who's going to be coming out to the FOP Lodge on Thursday from a remote broadcast. I cannot wait to come up, be back where we held the great mock debate. Be nice to be with a live audience out there at the FOP Lodge for that Families Beyond the Badge charity remote broadcast event. That is going to be a good time. Can't wait to do that this week. It's going to be a great week. So we'll be back with Fight Club. We'll be back with a story out of New Jersey. We'll be back with Kyle Busch, cause of death. And then some on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Ferrick filling in for one more hour here. 855-839-1210 if you want to chime in. Back after this.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 9:02 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Fourth and final hour underway on this Memorial Day. 37 minutes ago, Donald Trump posted the following on Truth Social. Negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran are proceeding nicely. It will only be a great deal for all or no deal at all. Back to the battlefront and shooting, but bigger and stronger than ever before. And nobody wants that. During my discussions on Saturday with President Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates, Emir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. What the heck is going on? That's a lot of names. Like these illegals that are arrested with 10 names. He's the Prime Minister bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim bin what is going? Qatar, Pakistan. I'm not even going to go there. Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain. I stated after all the work done by United States to try and pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Those countries discussed are Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, which is already a member, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, who's already a member. It may also be possible that one or two have a reason for not doing so, and that will be accepted. But Most should be ready, willing, and able to make this settlement with Iran a far more historic event than it would otherwise be. The Abraham Accords have proven to be, for the countries involved, which is UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and Kazakhstan, a financial, economic, and social boom, even during this time of conflict and war, with the current members never even suggesting leaving or taking so much as even a pause. The reason for this is that the Abraham Accords have been great for them and will be even better for everybody and bring true power, strength, and peace to the Middle East for the first time in 5,000 years. It'll be a document respected like no other. This is a long, he just keeps going, man, with these posts. Now that would be something special. This would be the most important deal that any of these countries, any of these great but always in conflict countries will ever sign. He mentions maybe even Iran joins the Abraham Accords. Therefore, I'm mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords, and that if Iran signs this agreement with me as President of the United States of America, it would be an honor to have them also be a part of this unparalleled world coalition. The Middle East would be united, powerful, and economically strong like perhaps no other area anywhere in the world. By copy of this truth, I am asking my representatives to begin and successfully complete the process of signing these countries into the already historic Abraham Accords. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that's what Donald Trump posted 37 minutes ago on Truth Social. So there you have that little update on where he stands with the Iran war. And there it is. The Democrats have bad policy and bad candidates. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I like his new nickname. Jimmy, what do you think of his new nickname for the Democrats? The Democrats. You think that's good?
I think it's very good.
I think it's good too. I like it. I happen to like it a lot. You know, I think it's funny. All right, Kyle Busch yesterday. I'm a racing fan, NASCAR fan. I was not a Kyle Busch fan. Yeah, nothing. It wasn't personal. He wasn't my favorite driver. And, you know, he had a bit of an abrasive personality. Fine. You know, I mean, some of the best athletes do. Kyle Busch's cause of death was revealed. As I had mentioned Friday morning, I did not name a cause of death. I did that out of respect for the family. And it's up to them to release it. Plus, I don't want to sit there and speculate like a lot of the internet did. It was at the jab, 41 years old, and fine. It's fine to ask that question because it's odd to see a 41-year-old just suddenly die. But Kyle Busch's cause of death was revealed. It was primarily brought on by pneumonia, which turned into sepsis. And it's nasty. Sepsis is nasty. You know, you look at if your body's dealing with a really bad infection, your immune system releases like chemicals into your blood and basically turns your entire bloodstream septic. Your organs start failing, etc. Indy 500 honored Busch, as did NASCAR at the Coca-Cola 600. And last week I had alluded to being told the cause of death. Two people who I deemed reliable who didn't know each other both told me that it involved pneumonia. But it turns out it was a bit more complicated than that. Pneumonia and sepsis was the unfortunate fatal combination for Kyle Busch. Now, there's no disputing the fact that this man was an incredibly talented driver. And it looks as if his competitiveness, unfortunately, added to his fatal struggles. During the race at Watkins Glen, he was on the radio talking about a sinus issue, and he was evaluated, but a doctor says that he never should have been allowed back on the track after that. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, right? But 12 days prior to his death, Kyle Busch complained of sinus issues while racing at Watkins Glen, asked for a doctor to visit him in his hauler after the race. He continued to race afterward, even winning a Truck Series race in Dover 1 week later. The winningest driver in history across all of NASCAR's 3 national series, Busch won 2 Cup Series championships and 234 races in his career. He was evaluated, and then they cleared him for racing again. Doctors now looking at that saying never should have been cleared. It's obvious hindsight is 20/20, but that sinus issue, from what it sounds like, progressed into pneumonia and because of when you have pneumonia, and I've had it a couple times. I was much younger. I was once in 3rd grade and once in 10th grade. But when you have pneumonia, it's hard to describe what it feels like, other than, you have like a 100-pound weight strapped to your chest, and you're just being like, you're being like suffocated almost to death. It's tough, and the rebound, the recovery from it is also tough. But the most important thing to do when you have pneumonia is if it's a bacterial infection, you can take an antibiotic for it. If it's viral, it's a little different. But you've got to get that infection taken care of before you do anything else. All right. Now, for a guy like Kyle Busch, who's, supremely just so competitive. He was so competitive. He sounds like he was just treating this like a cold and was fighting through it. And because he wasn't giving his body a chance to rest, and not for nothing, a lot of people like to poo-poo NASCAR. Oh, it's not a sport. It's just driving. I drive. You drive. You're not doing a sport when you drive. Like, it's not that simple. These guys are pulling, 2 to 3 Gs in some of these cars, G-force. The banking, there's no power steering, the speeds, the temperatures inside these cars are between 120 and 140 degrees. It's not like your Sunday stroll. AC's on, you're listening to your favorite song, arm hanging out the window, sunroof is open, you got this nice, that's not what it is. Okay, it is not easy to do what these guys do. And if you're sick and then you're putting your body through all that stress, it could lead to these types of complications. And if there's one thing that I think a lot of people who are not racing fans can learn from this tragedy, is that this sport is a lot tougher than people think. They like to say, oh, it's all left turns, it's this, it's that. It's more than that. Okay? You could look at it from 30,000 feet and say, this is a bunch of rednecks driving cars in circles. And, that is what it looks like. But these guys are enduring a ton in these cars. And a lot of the safety features, by the way, that you have in your cars came from NASCAR, because these guys are like human guinea pigs in a way. So, I feel like these drivers deserve a little more respect than they get. I'm a fan. I'm biased. I get it. And maybe part of it is me saying, I don't want to feel like I'm just, I don't want to feel like I'm just watching cars driving in circles. And no, it's not a cope, guys. These guys endure a lot in these cars. And that's unfortunately what contributed to this infection, turned into pneumonia, that turned septic. For Kyle Busch, that's what, ultimately led to his untimely death. 41 years young. There was not a dry eye in that place yesterday. There was a really, really nice moment between Kyle Larson's son, he's another driver, and Kyle Busch's son during the tribute. And this is why I have hope for the world. These two young boys, this young man, Kyle Larson's kid, walked up to Kyle Busch's son, Brexton, I believe, and consoled him. And those two are probably going to be rivals on the track one day, but it's bigger than that. Richard Childress Racing, who is I think that's who Busch drives for, has suspended the 8 team, that car, and has reserved it for Brexton Busch. So if and when Brexton Busch does make it to the NASCAR Cup Series, which I'm sure he will, he'll be able to sit in his father's car and drive the 8. So it'll be something to look forward to in NASCAR. But my heart breaks for that family. Man, it was just tough. It was really tough. And that's the cause of death has been released. And that was a tough one yesterday, and all throughout with that whole situation. All right, let's pivot to some, I guess, fun. This is Fight Club this week. Jimmy, we got it ready. We're going to roll with this. This is Fight Club. It's a crazy fight, I'll say. It was a pretty cool one that I found last night, so I hope you guys enjoy this.
Yes, we do. Here is the Fight Club intro. Aliens do exist. Will we see any evidence? No, because we're all going to be locked down once again when hantavirus starts spreading. You will stay in your homes, you will take your vaccines while the criminals run free. This could be my final intro for Kayal and Company Fight Club. Time for me to head on out and sell this intro skill to the DNC. Sounds like something future President AOC will use in a speech, doesn't it? Remember, fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man! We are gonna knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Kayal and Company Fight Club. Jimmy Kelly with the great intro. We're still getting this. Still sounds like the aliens are trying to communicate with us.
Oh, absolutely. Space invaders.
Oh, that's too funny.
And it's not a fight club until we actually never get to it because, they just talk right up to it. So
that's right. Well, we're going to roll this fight. I found this one on X. I don't even remember where I found it, but I found it on X. Let me see what account this came from. Street Fight Hood.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
At Street Fight Hood. It's at Hood Street Fight. The reason why I love this one is because it starts with quite a body slam here. Let's roll it. Look at that. Oh, my God. Look at that. Man, what do you think caused that one, Jimmy?
I have no idea, but you just felt that guy getting slammed right to the ground. Because normally, I never get a chance to see the videos, and in this room, I could see the videos, and you get, wow. I mean, just the way that guy went down, it's unbelievable. And he's sitting on top, just like whacking at him.
Just pounding on him, right? Look at that.
Brutal.
I mean, he picked him up and just drove him into the ground. I mean, we call it Fight Club, but that wasn't really much of a fight, to be completely honest. That was like no contest, right? I mean, that is...
Is that the pre-show for the UFC fight at the White House, Mr. President? I mean, can we get him?
I would look at it. We're going to look at these guys. Well, we look at one of these guys, he could do a great job, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He do a great job. He picked him up, he threw him down. There was absolutely no contest in that one. It was a tough one.
None whatsoever.
Very tough people. Very tough people. All right, that's it for Fight Club. So that's my Monday submission for Fight Club. We will see if that makes it into the Final Four for Fight of the Week. I'm going to be lobbying for it on Friday. And I'll be lobbying for it on Friday in studio, in person. So there'll be massive protests if that doesn't make it into the Final Four. So we'll see on the Ferris Friday edition of Kayal and Company this week, where I'll be live in studio in Philadelphia. I'm looking forward to coming up there and seeing everybody, even if the city is going to boo me out of town as soon as my plane leaves the runway. We'll be back on the other side of this. We're going to get to Spencer Pratt. We got Spencer Pratt and a bizarre story about The View and whether or not The View counts as a bona fide news show and what that means. So we will have that. I don't get my news from The View, but I'm also not a white liberal Karen who turns on that show, routinely throughout the week. So we'll see. But it's an interesting story from the FCC and The View, and also Spencer Pratt. I am fascinated by what Spencer Pratt is doing in Los Angeles. So we'll get to that as well. On the other side of this break, 855-839-1210. Sean Ferrish with you till 10 o'clock as we wrap up this fourth and final hour and move through this fourth and final hour on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be back after this.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at TriCountyToyota.com with approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $200 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
It is 9:22 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish here with you on a Farish Monday. See what I did there? That wasn't very clever. Come on. Come on, man. It's not a joke. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT 855-839-1210. If you want to chime in, let's talk about Spencer Pratt, shall we? We got Blue City Blues. Blue City Blues. You guys know what it's like in Philadelphia. I grew up in New York, close to New York City. Saw what happened over there. And we've seen it across the country in places like Seattle, places like Detroit, Minneapolis, obviously Philly, New York City, some spots in Jersey. You know, you look at Newark. You see it basically in any blue city. Los Angeles, San Francisco, places like Atlanta, Baltimore. A lot of nasty spots across Chicago. How could I forget Chicago? Chicago, right? And you get a bunch of people who are like, my gosh, how come people keep voting for this? It's because they don't know that's what they're voting for. That's the problem. They're told that the reason why there's so many issues in the city is because somebody else is doing it, right? It's either Trump's fault, it's white people's fault, the oligarchy, the socialists, this, that. It's like, whoa. No. My favorite was in 2020 when you had Black Lives Matter and the radical left, the Democrat Party, pointing at these blue cities, right? Like the ones I just mentioned, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, Detroit, New York City, Philadelphia, Newark, Atlanta, Chicago, et cetera, and, pointing at these cities, Minneapolis and all these, and talking about systemic racism. And I said, oh, systemic racism, that's interesting. Who runs the system in those cities? And who has run the system in those cities for the better part of, in many cases, a century? Democrats have. So if you're going to tell me that the system is racist, how are you going to stop short of pointing the finger at the party that has been running the system for hundreds of years? Did you know that in Nashville, Tennessee, this is a real stat, I've said it before, Nashville, Tennessee has not had a Republican mayor since the end of the American Civil War in 1865. 1865, not 1965, 1865. They have not had New York City has had more Republican mayors than Nashville, Tennessee. How crazy is that? So you can point and tell me systemic racism, systemic injustice, systemic this, systemic that. How on earth are you stopping short of telling me who's running the system and holding them accountable? How? Either it's willful ignorance. Well, you're either dumb and you've been duped completely and totally, or it's willful ignorance and deception. This doesn't make any sense to me. So, as Dan Bongino has said on a number of occasions, it has to get bad enough. Now, we look at these things and we go, how is it not bad enough in New York City? How is it not bad enough in New York City that they keep electing Democrats? Well, they elected Zohran Mamdani, and he, again, was very deceptive. It is bad enough. It's extremely expensive in New York City. That's why Mamdani's campaign focusing on affordability, socialism, we're going to tax the rich and everyone's going to get stuff for free. That's why it worked, because it is bad enough, but it's not bad enough to completely, I guess, in New York City, to completely reject the Democrat Party. And that's why when I talk about Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles, I like to do so realistically. I love what this guy's doing. I love what this guy is doing in Los Angeles. First of all, he's not running he's not running a partisan campaign. He's not registered to a particular party. Okay? He is not running as a Democrat. He's not running as a Republican. He even made it clear on social media, like, everyone's trying to claim me as a member of their tribe. I don't belong to any tribe, this, that, and the other. Which, I know there's going to be some like MAGA diehards who are like, screw him. I'm like, no, you have to understand he's running in Los Angeles. If he came out and was like, no, I'm a Republican, like, Reagan and Trump, then he's basically pigeonholing himself into a place that it's going to hurt him. So he's being smart also and strategic. But there's no doubt about the fact that this guy has taken the race by storm. It started with these social media ads, but it's more than just an ad. Sometimes you get a candidate that'll put out a really good ad, a viral ad, and then the candidate will come out, outside of that ad and will be uninspiring and like underwhelming. That's not the case with Spencer Pratt. He's running a very common sense campaign. And again, contrast this to Thomas Massie, right? Who performed for an online audience, and was disconnected from what the real world in his real district felt. Spencer Pratt is doing the opposite of that. He's got a presence online, for sure. He's gotten the conversation started online with the online ads, the social media content that he's been putting out. Sure. But in the real world, on the campaign trail, in front of cameras, with voters, he's speaking their language. Okay? I've said it a million times. Some people have told me they're tired of hearing it. Crime. The Democrat Party is pro-crime. Pro-crime. Not soft on crime, pro-crime. You do not let members, you don't let criminals who've got hundreds of prior arrests out on the streets if you're soft on crime. You do it because you're pro-crime. You don't say defund the police in favor of social workers because you're soft on crime. You do it because you're pro-crime. Okay? Crime and safety. It's your community, stupid. Do you want to live in an unsafe community or a safe community? Nobody that I know, Republican, Democrat, Independent, you could be from another planet. Nobody wants to live in an unsafe community. Basic issue in every major metropolitan area and even rural areas. You want to live in a safe place. Meanwhile, Karen Bass is talking about teeth for meth heads. And other members of the Democrat Party in California and Los Angeles, etc., are talking about sex changes for homeless illegal aliens paid for by the taxpayer. Like, no. That's not a good idea. That is not going to make your city a better place. Spencer Pratt is seeing donations to his campaign vastly outweighing donations to the campaigns of his opponents. For the filing period, April 19th to May 16th, Nithya Raymond raised $401,000. Karen Bass, $280,000. And Spencer Pratt, $2.72 million. 10 times what Karen Bass has raised. That's significant. Bass has to realize that from that number, she's got a problem with Spencer Pratt. And this is all being done in a blue city. Now, you're not going to win this race just based on money alone, but it certainly helps. And it's also a sign that he is reaching and inspiring people. Now, how much of that money is coming from inside the city versus nationally? Great question. Valid question. What I'm telling you here is not that Spencer Pratt is going to win, because I don't think the odds are in his favor. Okay? I don't think the odds are in his favor. But what I'm also not going to tell you is that this is a waste of time for him, because it's not. People are tired of the status quo, and it takes one disruptor like a Spencer Pratt to start moving the ball in the other direction. I'm not telling you that he's going to win this race. I'm not telling you that I think he's going to win this race. I'm not telling you even that I think it's going to be inside of a 10-point race. It might be. As of right now, I don't see it. In the general. The primary, Karen Bass may win by a couple of points. The top two vote getters move on to the general election, and then you'll see what happens. People are tired of the status quo in Los Angeles. Bass and Raymond are the face of those years of Democrat failure in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Spencer Pratt is clearly touching on a nerve, clearly touching on something fresh in people that they haven't felt in a while, and that is hope. He is inspiring people. Karen Bass last week or a week and a half ago came out and said Spencer Pratt is touching on voters' anger. Well, Karen, if you're doing such a great job, why are so many voters angry with you? Right? You see, you're kind of telling on yourself. As Pratt put it, everyone's missing who's voting for me. The only people who aren't are the socialists, the lunatics, and the communists. Matter of fact, you know what? We can hear this from Spencer Pratt himself. This is the way, I don't want to say Republicans because he's not running as a Republican, but Republicans should take note. People who want to flip swing districts and run a campaign like this in a blue area where the odds are stacked against you, this is what you've got to do. Let's roll this clip of Spencer Pratt basically explaining who's voting for him and who's not. Let's roll that one.
Everyone's missing who's voting for me. The only people that aren't are the socialists, the lunatics, and the communists. But any normal functioning brain that doesn't want to step in human poop when they get their matcha is voting for me, which is a lot of people. It's a lot of people.
Anyone who doesn't want to step in poop is voting for me. You go, oh, no. This is just him, this is hyperbole. This is him exaggerating. No, it's not. If he was exaggerating, then his campaign would be floundering. He wouldn't be raising nearly $3 million in a month. Do you understand that he's speaking the language of these people in Los Angeles, these frustrated voters in Los Angeles that are just resigned to whatever? Democrat again. Let's avoid the poop tomorrow. I'm not telling you he's got a great chance. I'm telling you he's got the best chance of anybody who hasn't run as a Democrat in a long time in Los Angeles. He's speaking plainly. It's common sense that's resonating with a lot of people. And it's inspiring. He doesn't have to do this. He lost his house in the fire. He's upset about that. And he's upset about everything else that Karen Bass has done to that city. But he doesn't have to do this. Spencer Pratt does not have to put his name on a ballot and endure what I'm sure he's enduring right now. We talked about how this group of people, the Democrat Party, are the least inclusive, least tolerant, least accepting people in this country when it comes to differing viewpoints. We talked about that. I'm sure the death threats that this guy's getting, I'm sure it's off the charts. But he is doing it. And sure, he's confident. He thinks he can win. Does he have a shot? He's got a shot. Does he have a good shot? I don't think he has a good shot. Just based off of the numbers game in the city, but I think he's doing a damn good job right now. And the number one thing that if he doesn't win, if he doesn't win, one of the main utilities and byproducts, the biggest byproducts of the Spencer Pratt race is going to be the conversation that he had about what Bass is doing in that city and how many copycats are you going to be able to run in other places, like a Chicago, like a New York City, like a Seattle, like a Portland. And are those people going to win either? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? But Spencer Pratt and this campaign is showing a lot of people that it is bad enough or it's close. And people are looking for something different. Latest Signal poll out of Los Angeles. Again, they run a jungle primary. So it's what you have is the top two vote getters will advance to the general election unless somebody gets over 50%. Then there is no general election, and that's it. Karen Bass, 25%. Spencer Pratt, 22%. Nithya Raymond, 18%. Adam Miller, 5%. Ray Wang, 5%. Now, in the general election, who knows what these numbers are going to look like. But there's no doubt about it right now that Spencer Pratt is making some people very, very nervous in California, namely these Democrats. CEO of Signal Polling, Brent Buchanan, said they're frustrated by the cost of living, homelessness, and corruption, creating a very real opening for Spencer Pratt. He's well within striking distance of Bass, whose numbers are saddled with a deeply defined underwater image. Pratt still has room to consolidate the votes he needs the most, especially men, independents, and voters in the Northeast Valley, with a closing message built around public safety, accountability, and his Palisades story. He has the right mixtures of things working in his favor, said the CEO of Signal Polling, Brent Buchanan. There is no doubt about the fact that Spencer Pratt is moving the needle in California. Is he moving the needle enough? That remains to be seen. But the way he is running his campaign, pay attention to the way he is running his campaign. He's not talking off of a script. He's speaking from the heart. And he's resonating with people because he is speaking plainly. It's very, very similar to how Trump won in 2016. He just came in, bull in a china shop, crooked Hillary. Our country's getting ripped off. There's bad hombres. Too many people coming into the country. We're going to build a wall. People are like, build a wall? That's so stupid it might work. Yeah, walls do work. They mocked him for it. What? Walls work, dude. That's why we still use them. I love what Spencer Pratt is doing. I love the amount of fun that he appears to be having on the campaign trail. Like, contrast that to what DeSantis did in 2024, right? Where he just kind of looked like he didn't want to be there. Spencer Pratt's having fun. Spencer Pratt's having fun. Again, I'm not telling you he's going to win. I'm not even telling you the odds are in his favor. I'm telling you he's making it a race, and that is something in and of itself. That is something in and of itself. Now, hopefully in a couple weeks, when they go to the primary, when is that primary? Is it June 2nd? Is that primary? Because it is a jungle primary. I don't know when that primary is. I'll have to look this up during the break. But when this primary, or when we have this primary, if he finishes second or first, he advances to the general. And then, I mean, we'll see if he can continue this momentum. But if he can, there's going to be a lot of conversation surrounding Spencer Pratt. So I'm enjoying what he's doing. I hope he advances because I want to see more of him. I want more people, more candidates in these races to learn more lessons from a campaign and a candidate like Spencer Pratt. I think he's doing a damn good job. And I'm definitely rooting for him. And hopefully he proves me wrong and pulls off this upset. That would be just an unbelievable victory for a guy, again, who doesn't have to be doing it, but has the courage and has the ability, I think, to move the needle in that spot. All right, when we come back, 855-839-1210, I'm going to talk about a very bizarre story out of New Jersey. A schizophrenic cannibal in prison. This is something weird. Plus, the FCC is asking the public for help with The View. More on that when we come back on the other side of this break. 855-839-1210. Sean Ferris taking you all the way till 10 o'clock. Filling in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're back after this.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
It's the final seconds of the match and the world is watching. He's lining up the shot. The crowd is on their feet. Whoa, wait, that's not the goal. That's a gas line. Ooh, red card. Before you dig in your yard, make the smart play and call 811 to have underground utility lines marked. Contact 811 before you dig, because hitting a gas line is definitely a penalty. Visit PA1call.org.
Memorial Day is a special day and a sacred day in America when we remember those who died while serving in our country's armed forces. I'm Joanne Small-Canella of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. On behalf of my co-host Tracy Stillman and the entire Crash Proof Retirement team, we join all Americans this weekend in paying tribute and honoring those men and women of the United States military who demonstrated extreme bravery and valor in making the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedom. On this Memorial Day weekend, we ask that you take a moment and remember those fallen soldiers who showed us the courage needed to persevere in the face of overwhelming obstacles. America is great today because of their fearlessness and their selflessness. All Americans should be unified today in our thanks, our respect, and our admiration. Be safe this weekend, and God bless America.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. Legacybox.com/radio.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is 9:46 a.m. on this Memorial Day morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean Ferrich with you till 10 as we wrap up this fourth and final hour. We're going to have this date in music history in just a few minutes as well. If you missed Fight Club today, you can go back while we're still streaming on YouTube. We had an amazing fight this morning. Wild. It started with just an absolute monster of a body slam. Looked real crazy. WWE's got to sign this guy up. All right. Here we go. I want to get to this story from the FCC. The FCC is asking for help.
All right. Sean, before we get to the FCC story, which I know everybody wants to hear, especially our own Greg Stocker, we are joined right now by Wayne Bonfiglio. Hey, Wayne, how are you?
Let's do it, Wayne.
Good. Hey, how are you?
We're doing good,
Sean,
Wayne. We're very excited for. We're doing good. We're excited for Thursday, and I know you're behind. Family's behind the badge. So why don't we talk a little bit about what we're looking to do on Thursday?
So you guys, just like you did for the debate, you guys are coming over to the South Jersey Lodge 56 Fraternal Order Police Hall, where Stellato boys are catering breakfast. So I'm calling now because I need to know what you want on your menu. I know Nick's been complaining that he wants bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel. I haven't really asked Dawn, but I'm sure she's like a egg white veggie omelet girl, maybe avocado toast. Greg Stocker's obviously a bowl of Fruit Loops. So I wanted to know what you want. We made you the cheesesteak last time you were in. The cheesesteak, I think, was bigger than you were. So
it was.
Maybe there's something that you want on your menu for Thursday.
Well, all I know is I had the grits last time I was up there, and those were good. So we should add that in there. And The cheesesteak was absolutely incredible. I think I'm still finishing it to this day, to be honest with you. It was one of those things. It was so good.
And that's the way they make their cheesesteak. You didn't get anything special just because you're like a personality. That's just the way Stellato boys make. That's the way they make their cheesesteaks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the cheesesteak is a great one, and as long as there's grits, I'm going to be happy. I'll be honest with you. I mean, that's where I'm at right now, at the top of my head.
You got it. You want some grits? You bet. All right, buddy. We'll see you on Thursday.
Well, thank you, Wayne. I'm very excited to come up and excited to see everybody again. Thanks so much for the call, and
you got it.
And can't wait. Wayne Bonfiglio, love it. I can't wait for this Thursday event. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be weird coming back into that building, knowing we had a debate in there. It was awesome. It's a good time. It's gonna be a good time, and I hope to see everybody else. Speaking, our YouTube chat says Sean wants a pork chop and broccoli. No, not for breakfast. Only for dinner. It'll be a good time on Thursday. No, I love it. Can't wait. Excited to come up. The remote broadcasts are always fun. We always have a lively bunch. The debate group was a lively bunch. And I remember one time. Let's real quick on the debate side of things. We were at the debate. I remember when I asked how many people voted early, and I saw a lot of hands go up, and I was like, "Aha! I like this. All right. I'm going to go into this FCC story real quick because it is quite funny. The FCC is asking the public to weigh in on whether The View is quote unquote bona fide news after Disney filed a petition. So we talked about how Disney's ruining Star Wars, and now they're trying to petition regarding The View, ABC's The View, if it truly qualifies as a news program and therefore is not subject to broadcast laws requiring it to provide access to differing political views. Of course, anyone who watches the program at all knows that its views range from left to left. There are no right-wing views on that show. Brendan Carr, that's Greg Stocker's best friend, posted on social media on Friday, Disney has filed a petition with the FCC asking the agency to declare that The View is exempt from the statutory equal opportunity requirement that would otherwise apply to broadcast shows. Disney argues that The View qualifies as a bona fide news show under the law, comparing itself to Meet the Press or Face the Nation. I mean, that doesn't seem like it's in the same kind of category at all, right? I mean, am I missing something? How is The View anywhere similar to Meet the Press and Face the Nation? Or Meet the Press is with Kristen Welker, and I think, as Mark Levin calls it, Deface the Nation is with, what's her name? Margaret Brennan? Is that her? I don't really care, Margaret, right? Is that her? Or is that a different show? Therefore, Disney argues it can have one partisan candidate for office on The View while denying equal opportunities to all others. Carr noticed that the FCC is now seeking public comment on the matter online. Is The View a bona fide news interview program, he asked. Under FCC case law, TV shows do not qualify as bona fide news if their decisions are based on partisan purposes, such as an intention to advance or harm an individual's candidacy. The FCC chair explained, as the public notice observes, Congress originally passed the Equal Opportunities Law to prevent media gatekeepers from deciding the outcome of elections. The law, even when it applies, does not prohibit anyone from having any candidate appear on the show. Rather, Congress intended it to empower voters with more information and encourage more speech. In a memo posted online in January, Carr noted that when it comes to true news programs, the airtime equality standard does not apply because the federal government is not going to get into the business of dictating what is or is not newsworthy. Further, these regulations, which do not apply to cable channels, Fox News, CNN, etc., or other forms of distribution like podcasts, represent in codified form the decision by Congress that broadcast television stations ABC, CBS, and NBC have an obligation to operate in the public interest, not in any narrow partisan political interest. Just this week, The View co-host spent an entire segment, as they often do, bashing Trump, in this case, for helping oust Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana. Quote, Cassidy lost because he did the right thing and stood up against the man who was trying to destroy democracy, Ana Navarro said. So they're looking to essentially make The View out to be this bona fide news show so that they don't have to give equal time to people with whom they disagree. We'll see how far this goes. I don't know. I'm not optimistic about it, but I found it interesting that Disney is trying to put The View in the same box as a Meet the Press or Face the Nation. Which is, I mean, they're not even close to being the same. No way. No way. Okay, one more. Out of New Jersey. This is a typical New Jersey story, if I've ever seen one. Did you hear about this guy in, I guess he was arrested in Princeton. He is a cannibal, allegedly. A schizophrenic cannibal, actually. Very bizarre story out of Princeton, New Jersey. He was found dead in his prison cell. And it's just, I found it's a bizarre story. See if I could bring this up here. Where is it? Loading. There we go. This is on Breitbart. Schizophrenic New Jersey man charged with killing his brother and eating his eyeball. Found dead in his jail cell. 32-year-old Princeton, New Jersey man who was diagnosed with schizophrenia and determined not guilty by reason of insanity was found dead in his jail cell after being charged with tragically beating his younger brother to death and eating his eyeball during a psychotic episode. Ugh. Gross. Matthew Hurtgen was found dead in the Mercer County Jail on May 8th. The county prosecutor's office revealed on Friday, according to the New York Post, preppy Princeton killer who slayed brother and ate his eyeball was found dead in a jail cell. In a bench trial, a New Jersey judge found Hurtgen not guilty by reason of insanity in mid-March. He was in jail awaiting formal sentencing and placement in a mental hospital where, under New Jersey law, he could remain for the rest of his life, depending on his condition. An official cause of death has not been released, but authorities believe it appears to be a suicide. Hurtgen attempted to hang himself in jail a week after his February 2025 arrest. The former Wesleyan University soccer player, of course he played soccer. Of course he played soccer. His soccer player's shocking story reveals how badly the largely baffling and difficult to treat mental illness called schizophrenia can in time sabotage a seemingly normal individual's life and the lives of the affected person's loved ones. Very sad. Very, very sad. All right. That's it. Bizarre news out of Jersey. And on that note, why don't we toss it over? Where's Phil? There he is. It is time for This Day in Music History. Go for it.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 25th, we celebrate the birthday of Joe King from The Fray, as well as the heavenly birthday of John Grimaldi from Argent. We also lost Sonny Boy Williamson in 65. Signature Scar Tissue from the Red Hot Chili Peppers in 99, and Black Widow by Loudness in 92. Album Sound of White Noise by Anthrax in 93. Holy Diver by Dio in 83, and Eye in the Sky by the Alan Parsons Project in 82. Also in 90s, ZZ Top appeared in the movie Back to the Future 3. In 85, Dire Straits topped the UK album chart. In 69, The Who and Led Zeppelin appeared at Merriweather Post Pavilion in Columbia, Maryland. It's the only time the two bands were on the same bill. In 78, Keith Moon played with The Who for the final time. In 70, Fleetwood Mac founder Peter Green played his last official show with the band. In 2011, Rush's song Countdown was used as a wake-up call for astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour. And in 2007, Keith Richards appeared in Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. But lastly, keeping the movies, and ironically, since we talked Star Wars earlier, on this day in 77, Star Wars premiered in theaters. For Kayal and Company, I am Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Phil. Keith Richards was in Pirates of the Caribbean?
You didn't know this?
No.
How did you not know this? Not the first one. But not the first one.
No, World's End is the third one.
Yeah, but still. Yeah. How did you not know that?
What did he do? Who was he?
He was a pirate.
Well, I get that. Everyone's a pirate in that movie. He was a pirate. The movie's called Pirates.
He didn't have any lines or anything, but he was definitely in the movie.
He was in the movie. It was like how Carl Edwards, the NASCAR driver, was in the series 24 for a few episodes.
Yep, that was a great movie. A great series.
It was a phenomenal series.
One of the best. One of the best. But unfortunately, that went a little bit woke, too, at some point. But a little bit, here and there. I mean, not as bad as people say, but they had to run these little PSAs saying that not all Muslims are terrorists, not all Muslim people are bad. It's it's like, okay, here's the deal about 24. Everybody except Jack Bauer is a terrorist or a bad guy. It doesn't matter. You didn't everybody was a terrorist, and you wanted Jack's daughter, Kim, to be killed because she was just so annoying. That's all you knew about 24.
That is true.
She was so annoying. That was a great show, though.
Oh, I love 24.
I really did enjoy it. I did enjoy it.
Yeah, one of the greatest.
It was a good time. Damn It, Chloe. The Damn It, Chloe drinking game was one of my favorite games, because he said it about 40 times an episode. So there it was. Great show. All right, great stuff this morning from the legends over there in Philly, the great Phil Almquist, my brother in suffering, New York Jets fan, and Jimmy Kelly. I'll see you guys this week. I can't wait. Very excited. It's not often I say that I'm excited to come to Philadelphia, but if 1210 WPHT is involved, you're damn right I'm excited to come to Philly. I told that to Greg. He said it's the best text he's ever gotten from me. So there it was. Hope everybody had a great time. Thank you so much for hanging out for the last 4 hours. Have a happy Memorial Day. Please take a moment to remember the fallen today. That is what today is all about. We were able to do 4 hours of live radio this morning because of those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. God bless you all. God bless America. See you on Thursday. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between